Someone make it make sense.
I'll be a couple.
Hello, beautiful people, party squirrels, woo! Happy to be back with some more Murdaugh. Hopefully I remembered to make this public. Okay, looks like I did. So here we are, back by popular demand. And look who it is, guys. There he is. I will just say, when I was getting this queued up, and literally I just had it paused like right here from like whenever I got this, last time I like backed it up to here so it would be ready to start. And it's like, this is all it takes, right? Like this is all it takes. Like just click on the link and I see that. And already I was just dying laughing because I know what's in store. So, all right, let's do this.
Did you swear affirm any testimony you did today will be the truth?
I do.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell the last part.
Here we go.
And before we begin testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally arrest.
Oh no.
Please court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant At Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
Yay, Creighton.
State is arrested, and now it's the defense's turn.
State your full name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Harvey.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I'm the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to a hospital. Any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So,
Okay, so coroner, forensic pathologist, and medical examiner. I credit this trial for making many of us, including myself, learn really what the difference is, right? So coroners are an elected official. They require no medical training at all, anything like that. And they can just be like literally anybody. It's really more like a ceremonial position. Now, you could have a coroner that also does have medical training, but you also might not, right? You can be kind of whoever. And as you guys will hear, he was like the first coroner of the planet back in the dinosaur ages. Sorry, no, the first coroner in the county back in the dinosaur ages. Whereas forensic pathologists and medical examiners are quite similar. In fact, their training and experience is the same. The difference is that medical examiners are a type of forensic pathologist that has a job. They're hired by the government, right? So forensic pathologists are working usually for a hospital. So they're not salaried, right, by the government or anything, but they can be paid by the government to come in as an expert, like Dr. Reamer in this case. But a medical examiner is salaried. You know, they have a position within the government, but they're not an elected official. They are hired due to their qualifications, and their qualifications are, so in other words, all medical examiners are also forensic pathologists, but not all forensic pathologists are also medical examiners, if that makes sense. And then with coroners, there's really quite little overlap there. So hopefully that makes sense.
you don't have a medical degree, though.
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about.
It will blow your mind that he's medically trained at all. It's also hard to fathom coroners in the state of South Carolina that had less medical training. Like,
You don't have a medical degree, though.
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year.
30th year.
So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And anytime there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. He says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first let me back up for just a second. Did you respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to bleed you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there.
Go back
I
up.
arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30.
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30. You got on the scene at
11:04.
and were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody take? Did you take photographs? Or somebody?
Yes, sir. I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are your
sir.
photographs.
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SWET at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SWET had finished processing. Are those your folks or SWET or who do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence. It's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. I think you gave to SWET also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine the time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies, and I simply put my hands in their armpits to
Yes. That's what he did.
told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies, and I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm?
No.
And one of the other things we check for is what they call Riger.
Riger.
And Riger is basically
It's easy to forget because the armpits is distracting, but Riger, there's also that. This is the defense's first witness in their case in chief. Riger.
when a person dies, the body goes through this process.
Oh my God.
And as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So
Great. Sounds good.
Riger or Rigger, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so if you allow me to say Rigger.
That's fine.
I've never said it. Was it a Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that Riger should start
Oh God.
developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you did.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yes.
How about, let me see. See it. Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
Oh boy.
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No,
Okay, so.
they were covered with a sheet initially when I got there.
Right, so let's have you stand over
Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried
Yeah.
about
Right,
whether left or
okay.
right.
Basically what I did
Sounds
is
good.
I lifted his arm up just a little bit
There it
here,
is.
and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Oh, Poot's face is just so good.
And that's one of the central areas of your body
Poot just, oh my God.
without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down
Right.
to
Sounds good.
utilize a rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit and like say, I can get
Watch that again. Because
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No,
Okay, so.
they were covered with a sheet initially when I got
Right, so let's have you stand over
there. Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right,
whether left or
okay.
right.
Basically what I did
he's like,
is
literally, it doesn't even matter. I've watched this a bazillion times. I've never even noticed that before. The way that Poot is like, he's like, I don't care which way, dude. I'm not worried about it. Oh my God.
I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to.
Another thing I've never noticed. Hang on. Let me move this. Look at this. Okay. I've never noticed this before. In this front row here, can you guys see my mouse? There's a lady right here. Look at her covering up her mouth. She's like shocked, I think, or yawning, but probably shocked.
Lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the
That's definitely trying not to laugh, or she might be laughing and trying to conceal her laughing. I think that's what that is.
central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer.
Wow.
And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize a rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit and like say, I can get an idea. I mean, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie.
How is she the only one with that? Actually, sorry. Joe McCullough also looks like he might be in a similar position.
I did the same thing.
Okay, big.
Oh my God.
And concluded on your death certificate, 9 o'clock.
It's strictly an estimation.
Oh God. This is so good.
Yes.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30,
Could have been 8:30.
could have been 10 o'clock.
There were no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance,
Uh-huh,
and I'll borrow theirs. And yes, I do rectal temps,
but you didn't do it on
but
that.
we didn't do it that night. No.
And that's the reason the death certificate says 9 o'clock.
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Okay, take it towards indulgence.
Real quick direct exam there. We're gonna watch Cross, and then we're gonna watch a really funny compilation.
Each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock,
Of
it
me.
could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock
Could have been.
or any time in between.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
All right, here we go. Brand new
Let's do it.
character. We're gonna watch this. I'm gonna try not to die laughing, and then we will watch this clip.
Mr. Harvey,
Oh God, it's
you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer in that night.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the
Correct.
area,
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
yeah. He made that clear.
Because
Yeah.
you didn't take the temperature,
That's right.
correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light,
Uh-huh.
the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've
Oh my
determined with
God.
that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's right. And it's also impacted by body weight,
Absolutely.
So literally,
Absolutely.
we can't trust the thermometers. I just,
age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth,
oh
Yes, sir.
God.
and the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which they
would,
were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
help.
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their,
hard.
both of their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started,
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walked around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Walking in the scene. Excellent.
No further questions.
Love it.
Yes, sir.
2 questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Put this on normal speed because this comes up in the clip thing I'm going to play for you guys after he finishes with his 2 questions. Put it on normal speed here. Basically, everybody kind of takes a nap. Like, this is insane. How long? Last long? The question was, you know what time Sled showed up? I think Poot falls asleep. It's remarkable, really. And he's on the same page.
I did not see Sled on here.
Oh my God.
Let me perhaps ask another
And so I
question.
think that wakes Poot up.
I did not see Sled on here, though.
Let me perhaps ask another question.
Okay.
Was Carlton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Carlton County detectives there?
Yes, sir. They're,
Okay. Did any of them talk to you about time of death?
No.
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
No.
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision at the time of death?
no, sir.
Poot.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Further. Okay.
It's a house.
And I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold?
What?
Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
This
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called the
Riger.
pathologist.
And Riger is basically when a person dies.
And now I can answer Tiffany's question here on the screen. Why is the coroner not a doctor? Because to be a coroner, it does not require any type of medical degree. It just requires being an elected official.
The body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so I'll.
Most people call it rigor.
That's
I've
fine.
never said Riger.
Oh, here.
Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both with Paul.
Oh,
and-
God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you
No.
step down here, please?
Sure.
No. Please.
Oh,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying. I'm
put your
dying.
hand?
But you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with the sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know what's coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Uh,
Right, okay. Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey,
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Poot walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
and you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which they
would,
were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Okay. But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
They spawned.
And Riger had not started.
it's really hard to pick a favorite of this prosecutor who does literally this one witness. It's really hard to pick a favorite of his quotes. That could maintain something is great. Elderly versus youth. I mean, there's just so many.
Yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that's
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
He doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
I can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
What? We established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. You remember when Sled showed up?
I did. I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see Sled.
Okay,
on here.
I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally,
the whole courtroom is not even, it's like everyone takes a nap and they have time.
So
And you were walking in the scene.
it's just, I love this so much with the light, dude. Okay, let's watch this part again.
Who are you? Who are you?
Oops.
Who is that?
Like
Mr. Harvey,
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Poot walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
and you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight.
I love how
Absolutely.
the prosecutor, oh, that's correct. He's like, oh, I just,
Age, elderly
thing is incredible.
Yes, sir.
versus you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Totally agree with you.
And the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which they
would,
were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
That could maintain something.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yep, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
He doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
I can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep. We just grab our spot.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop. Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. You remember when Sled showed up?
I did. I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all.
So I just wanted to watch that again. That is so amazing. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. So then we have this other lady here. Next witness.
You swear affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. After you would please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name. Try speaking that much so they can kiss me.
I'm Shalane Tindal, SHALANETINDAL.
So defense witness number 2. Now, what's really funny is Poot and Metters just like flirt with her or something.
Talked on the phone a couple times,
Yes, sir.
but we've never met, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come here on such short notice today. I know you've got other things to do. So, where do you work?
I work for the Colleton Sheriff's Office as public information part-time, and then for my full-time position, I work for the nonprofit blood organization, The Blood Connection, as the divisional logistics coordinator and calendar specialist.
Okay. Found my glasses, I'm sorry.
Oh,
So,
get it together.
back on June 7th and 8th of 2021, what was your job? What was your job back then with the
I was solely the public information officer at the Sheriff's Office at that time.
Carlton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you a document and see if you can identify this. I think the easiest way to do that is, hold on one second, I'm sorry. Apologize, Your Honor, I just got my.
Oh my God.
Here we go. Have you seen this document before?
I'm aware of the Post and Courier publishing things of this nature, yes, but not strictly this document in
Okay, if you
question.
go to the second page. Now, does this, if you look halfway down the page, does that, there is a quote in here from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it accurate?
This quote was actually coordinated between SLED and us at the time. We received multiple inquiries from the media, and per the sheriff's standard protocol, anytime SLED is in charge of a case or investigation, it's standard procedure to reach out to them and coordinate something with them.
Okay, so the quote from you, this is on the morning, this is the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th. And the quote contained by you in here, we'll get how that was put together, but is it accurate?
The quote wasn't by me, it was a joint information from SLED and the sheriff's office.
Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred question. So, but you were part of the release of this statement.
Yes, it was a joint. Mhm.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer this in evidence.
Could I look at it?
I mean, it's hearsay. Oops. What was he going to say? It's not for the truth. And nothing.
I have no objection. We have no objection to the quote, but the article, I haven't read the article. We just object to the rest of the article, and I think he's agreed with that.
I just want these two paragraphs.
So they're not objecting, right? It only matters if they object. If it doesn't, hearsay, not hearsay, it doesn't matter. If people don't object, it doesn't make a difference, right? No.
No objection.
No objection to what?
Her quote that she gave and not the rest of the article. We're in agreement on that, if Your Honor is.
Is that what you're offering?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have her publish 2 paragraphs in this story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, this is a story in the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, which would be the morning after the murders. So what I'd ask you to do is, it's in quotes, would you read this paragraph and this paragraph, publish it to the jury, this paragraph at this time, and then a paragraph right after that, okay? And would you slow down just a little bit for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, there is no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said, if information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public. Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions regarding the incident to SLED and the Colleton County Coroner's Office. A request for 911 audio recordings was denied due to the ongoing investigation.
What? I'm sorry. What? That's okay. All right. Now, so that statement was the public has nothing to worry about, right?
That's what it states, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you the process for this getting, something like this getting released. You said SLED was involved?
Can you clarify exactly what you're asking?
Okay, so this statement, at this time, there's no danger to the public, the sheriff's office said, you would be the spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Correct, but this was a joint statement released in coordination with SLED's PIO and us while we were waiting on an updated information to do an actual letterhead release.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is on that, who did you release? Were you the one making this release, or was SLED making? I mean, when I say, I'm talking about physically. How did the Post and Courier get this quote?
SLED and I, PIO at the time, coordinated multiple times through numerous phone calls. There was also emails. This was discussed over the phone due to them being the active agency on the case, but it did come from my email, but it was coordinated with SLED's PIO at the time.
Okay, so SLED signed off on this statement.
From what I understand from speaking with their PIO at the time.
I mean, you consulted with their, now PIO stands for?
Public Information Officer.
Okay, so the Sheriff's Department has a Public Information Officer.
The way
SLED has a Public Information.
The way he points at her to get her to answer that is hilarious.
I mean, you consulted with their, now PIO stands for,
Public information officer.
okay. So the sheriff's department has a public information officer, you.
Yes, sir.
SWED has a public information officer named
At the time, I believe it was Tommy Crosby,
Tommy Crosby. Y'all talked and emailed.
on numerous occasions from the time the incident on further.
How much you want to bet that that's related to Ronnie Crosby? It has to be. Has to be.
And decided this was the statement that should be made.
When I coordinated with SLED's PIO, this is what was mentioned and this is what we had published.
Okay. And what you're saying is there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we'll immediately notify the public. Was there a subsequent release given?
After this statement that we put out,
Right.
yes, there was a joint letterhead release. The initial, what the Post and Courier published was an actual statement. Later on, we actually published a release while we're waiting on additional information.
And that subsequent statement didn't indicate there was any danger to the public. It didn't change this position, did it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did SWED and the sheriff's department change its position and put out a statement saying, well, now there's something to worry about? Or did they just not mention this again?
When we did the updated release, that same information was also in the body that was sent over to SLED for their approval. Tommy Crosby had taken a moment to look at the release and later, I guess, decided that we took that out of the release and that was what was published, excuse me.
So, but they never came back and said, there's something to worry about. They just took this language out.
Yes,
Okay. And SWED signed off on that.
we worked on this together, yes.
Okay. But it wouldn't have gone out if SWED hadn't said,
Yes, sir.
let it out, correct? I mean, you get information and then you shape it into a release here or subsequently that is digestible. Maybe that's the best way to put it. You're the wordsmith. You're the one that tries to make it make sense.
Yes, sir. Public information, we're not privy to investigate.
Can someone make sense of Poot for me right now? Because like, what are we doing? And why is this taking so long?
We just receive details and then we take those and turn them into paragraphs.
No, I think he's trying to run out the clock because the next witness is Buster Murdaugh. And like, it's kind of odd that they did start their case in chief at the end of the day on this day. I think I think in a way he's filibustering here so that Buster doesn't have to start his testimony and then stop at the, mid testimony,
Paper anywhere the media can print for layman's terms to be better understood by the public.
And I want to make sure I understand this. Any subsequent release never changed. Actually, I think you said the subsequent release said the same thing. At this time, there's no danger to the public. That didn't change, correct?
In the updated release that was sent out on letterhead, yes, that was removed.
That was removed.
Yes, sir.
But did they say there is a danger to the public? They never said that, did they?
No, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir. I got married since then, I guess.
In this story, the last name was Lowe.
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me. Well, thank you.
We can answer any questions.
So this is, like I said, this is where it gets really funny about the whole trying to one up each other thing. Now, Poot and Metters have a long history of not getting along, I should add.
I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Yeah, you sure trying to court me? No,
I'm happily married. I am not.
I'm just kidding.
Just couldn't hear. What was the date of the second release that Mr. Harper? I honestly don't know.
Am I talking into here?
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the same date.
I apologize, Your Honor.
The initial letterhead release was released on the same date a few hours after the initial statement.
So the one he was asking about second was the same exact statement, word for word, that was released earlier.
No, the second, what we initially put out at around, I think before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was the what he was referring to afterwards, an updated letterhead release. As additional information became available to us, was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
And I'm just going to show you, is this the document you're talking about here? And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Great.
Anything further?
Did you think that Mr. Metters was proposing to you a moment ago?
Oh,
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
poor thing. Poor dude.
Any additional witnesses today?
Your Honor, as we discussed, the next witness will be extraordinarily lengthy. It's 4:30. I apologize to the jury and the court for not having somebody intermediate, but we just couldn't find anybody, not knowing when the state was going to rest.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for
I feel like every day I feel like it's Poot wanting to get out of there early. It's so funny.
weekend. As you know, Monday is a holiday. We will not be here on Monday. We'll be back.
I will say that makes sense because here's the thing. You know, it's bad enough to have somebody's testimony interrupted over the, especially if it's like in the middle of direct or in the middle of cross, either one, right? And then it's even worse if it's a weekend. But in this case, it's a holiday weekend. And so it's a 3-day weekend. So yeah, it would have been a disaster. You don't want to start a witness like that and then have 3 days in between.
9:30 Tuesday morning. I know it's a long holiday, but still do not discuss the case with anyone. And hope have a safe and happy holiday and a good weekend. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning at 9:30.
Okay. So we will watch a little bit of Buster here.
I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who is not feeling well and who
jury issues.
is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441.
Now remember, this was during COVID still being pretty prevalent. So this trial was 2020. Well, okay, I guess relatively speaking, this trial was early, like what, February of 2023?
That juror is not here.
In fact, actually, COVID came up a couple times. There was like several times where people on the jury were getting COVID, and it was like there was concern that they could lose the entire jury.
We'll need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror. Took place of 220. Any comment, state or the defense?
Course indulgence, one moment. Your number, I apologize, you're on 441.
You can see Miss Becky there on the bottom left, right near the court TV symbol.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
The question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office? From the jury coordinator.
Sorry, I don't have to pull out documents we haven't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up? Okay.
No objection to replacing him.
That's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, she's at the doctor's appointment. I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing. But obviously, she's not here and not feeling well. So that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you're going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while. So we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam jury coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick? We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday, probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
All right.
Of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination.
Oh, God.
Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror? Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
She took the message and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend and that he has a doctor's appointment.
All right.
That's all I know.
It's same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room and we replaced that juror. So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror.
So as you can see,
Out
there's
of the three,
Becky there, and she's got that box. It's like it's some crackers or something. That box is what they do. And they did this, they've done this a lot of times. They take that box and they shake it, and it's got the juror numbers in there, and then they pull one out. Old school stuff.
we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
See who we have. Tell us who it is, juror number.
Juror number 530.
You know who that is. Our panel. 2 to 3 days. Emails
Oh,
concerning a social media
Oh, God.
post by
I forgot
Mr.
about
Griffin commenting upon
oh dear.
witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning.
Oh my God. Here's the thing.
Mr.
Oh
Griffin,
my God, somebody's face in the gallery there was priceless. So I forget about some of this stuff. I mean, in this trial, shit like this happened every day. It was insane. There's so much of this. There was a bomb threat one day. There was just so much stuff. I completely forgot about this. But somebody's face here in the gallery is priceless.
secondly, I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting
No,
upon
it doesn't happen. Nope.
witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state.
Let me move this so you guys can watch. So this guy's face in the gallery, right under where it says, it's the end of the word Murdaugh and right at the beginning of the word family. There's a dude there and he makes a great face here.
And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning.
Right there. Can you guys see my mouse right here? His jaw dropped. He's like, holy shit. Yeah, accurate.
Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy? Or?
Oh, God.
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was.
Oh, man. This is just giving me so many flashbacks to Debt v. Heard. The retweet versus a tweet. Oh, dear Lord. Or I guess not. It was like repost versus a post, but same thing. Same thing.
Published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
This dude's face right behind Griffin. I mean, everybody's faces. This, and I don't use Twitter, so I don't really know. I wouldn't even know that it was a thing of like a retweet versus a tweet, and that would matter. I wouldn't even know that word not for Debt v. Heard, where that was like a whole thing. With Amber Heard. Look at Poot's face. Dear God.
We had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days, and it cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appears.
It's interesting because it really was, again, this is interesting to hear him say this because this really was a huge point of contention in Debt v. Heard, which was the year prior. And so he says the same, and then he says to some, it's interesting. I think that the case law hasn't figured it out yet. It is retweeting the same as tweeting. I think it's still, nobody has that answer yet in terms of the law. And it's going to be a case by case basis. And I don't have any experience using Twitter, so I wish I could weigh in on that. But I'm curious what you guys think. Is retweeting the same as tweeting in terms of like, should it be handled the same legally? Like, for example, if you retweet something that is problematic in some way, right? Be it something like it's defamation, or in this case, it's like, could be the appearance of impropriety, right? Whatever the case may be, if you retweet it versus tweet it, I guess legally speaking, thinking about it, it's like, okay, the author, right? So it's like if you write the tweet, you're the author. But I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. Let me know what you guys think. Should it be? Is it the same? Is it the same, or should it be held as viewed the same and held to the same standard for legally speaking?
Appeared. I didn't know that. Well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours.
This is really funny. And it matters. His point here is I'm not even a friend of yours on Twitter, but yet I still saw this.
Your tweet.
Why it matters, right? Because it's like tainting the jury, possibly, right?
It appeared. I didn't know that. Well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours.
It see it.
Just appeared on my under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you.
I mean,
we had
that is insane. Judge Newman gets up, probably having his coffee, goes on Twitter, which is crazy enough to me anyway. And the first thing he sees is Jim Griffin, quote unquote, retweeting about this case and the strength of the state's case in chief and commenting on, I mean, what?
Lawyer who had a similar name to a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So
retweet the article, no question about it.
Yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and
AB rules.
Whereas the rule does not specifically state that that lawyers are prohibited from
retweeting,
criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Keinert, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice. And,
goes without saying.
It could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Stand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
It's not a
Nothing
good
from the
luck.
defense, Your Honor.
Not a good luck at all.
Okay, you will bring the jury.
Okay, now we'll get into Buster.
Has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 530, nod. 530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now, participating member of the regular jury panel.
So one thing that's interesting is that in this, everyone does it differently, right? It varies by jurisdiction and by court. So in this particular trial, right, Judge Newman picks the foreperson. He made that clear from day one with the opening jury instructions. But also in this particular case, the alternates, obviously, as you guys can hear, the alternates know that they are alternates. Whoever's on the deliberating panel knows that they are on the deliberating panel, which is interesting. So, sometimes that's not even picked until after, all of the evidence is presented, right? Like, in other words, nobody knows, and then it's picked randomly or whatever. And the jury doesn't know either until they announce it. So it's just very interesting. Shout out to Tindal. You don't know much about this case. Okay, so where we are here is we are in the Yay Murdaugh couldn't agree more. We are in the defense's case in chief. I know it does sound like Murdaugh. Murdaugh. Yes. We are in the defense case in chief. So far, they've presented 2 brief witnesses. And they're they were just discussing some issues here. They had a juror who was sick. Then also there was the issue of Jim Griffin retweeting shit and whatnot. But the next witness will be Buster Murdaugh, who is the defendant's son. So we're in the low country of South Carolina. They don't play by the rules here. They have their own rules and customs. I guess to them, it's not like they're breaking the rules. Like, for example, you'll notice in the gallery, all the witnesses are there. There's no witness exclusionary rule. Like, in fact, they kind of expect witnesses to have been watching the trial or be present in the gallery. There's a lot of different specific practices for the low country of South Carolina, but there's a lot of character and a lot of like local flavor, as it were. And, you know, Alex Murdaugh he's, you know, convicted, right? Shot his wife and son, stole fuck tons of money from his law firm and from clients, among many, many, many other things. So, oh, you're thinking of a different case here, Tindal. His phone pinged by the burn pile. You're thinking of the burn pile case, which I don't even remember I didn't watch all that. I just saw certain parts of like the sentencing or something, but different case, different. There's no burn pile here. No burn pile here. That's wild. Saturday, 10:07 p.m. Wow. Yeah. So this is Alex Murdaugh. How far? That's wild. So that's like 15 hours ahead. That is insane. Yeah. So, now that, are we now on the same page of what trial? Let me know if you have questions for anybody who's not as familiar. This is my favorite trial of all time. That's why we're watching it. Highlights of it again, because I can't go that long. I go through Murdaugh withdrawals. I just love this trial so much. Hi, Sudi. Welcome. Happy to see you again.
We'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition, but it's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. This defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
All righty, here he comes. Okay. So I want everybody to think for a moment about this position that Buster's in. So Alex lures Maggie and Paul, his wife and son, youngest son, to Moselle. Buster's the oldest son. It's just the two. They just have the two boys, or had, right? So one of the questions that a lot of people ask is, why did Buster survive? I mean, it's not like it was by chance, right? It was on purpose. Buster survived. He's the surviving son. So think about things like survivor's guilt. Not only that, but there's been a lot of people who think he might have been involved with Stephen Smith's death. At this point in time, right? There's like so much swarming this individual who lost his mom and his brother, whose dad is on trial for murder. And now he's being put in a position where he's being called to testify for his dad, right? The state didn't call him. Defense is calling him. And he has to swear to tell the truth. But he knows that whatever he says could result in his dad either getting a life sentence. They weren't seeking the death penalty here. It's LWOP, right? A life sentence in prison, or potentially being acquitted. And there's so many moments in this testimony that are so fascinating to me, because you can tell where Alex is like giving him looks or whatever. And you have to wonder, right? Like, to what extent is this testimony coached? What I will say is this is very, very, very interesting and heart-wrenching testimony to watch. And especially when you have the full context, right? And like, I will say it, in my opinion, Buster's not cut from the same cloth as his dad. Like, I don't get the manipulating vibe from him. In fact, it's really quite the opposite. And I think that he is being manipulated, right? Could be one of the reasons why his dad left him alive, right? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll talk more about it as we kind of go through.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at the defense table?
Yes.
Yes, this is the oldest son, surviving son. So I couldn't watch, as you know, I couldn't bear to watch the Netflix documentary because it was so incorrect. I got like less than 2 minutes in and I couldn't do it. So I don't know how it swayed people. Like for you, official, I don't know how it swayed you because I don't know because I didn't watch it. But this is Buster. Yes. So yes, his name is Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr. Exact same names because he is the son. And also, let me see if I still have this document here. It might have been a video. Let me just look here. It might be something I have to go looking for. So, because when we did this trial before, we did a whole deep dive on the family history, which is so fascinating. There's so much context for that. Let me just see if I don't have it already, or I can pull this up. Okay, I found it. Wow, here we go. All right, hang on, just give me a second here. So when we looked at this before, we also started with like I found these articles from like the newspapers in like the, I don't even know, 1800s, 1900s. Like when we looked at this before, we pulled this up with like really historic shit. It was really cool. And I don't remember how I found those, but it was like the old school newspapers with like these articles. And anyway, but I'm just remembering now presenting this before, but I have this document still. So, so the Murdaugh family timeline. So I drew that arrow and then they're labeled. So starting with 1910 to 2021. All right. So 1910, O.G. Randolph Murdaugh founds the law firm. September 14th, 1920, O.G. Randolph is elected solicitor for the 14th Circuit. So the 14th Circuit is Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, Jasper counties. Now, in case you're like, wait, 14th Circuit? Aren't there only 13 circuits? Right. So in federal court, right, the circuits are your appellate court levels for federal court in the U.S., and there's 13 of them. In some states, South Carolina being one of them, the state has its own circuits. So separate. Like, in other words, in the terms of the federal appellate court level, South Carolina, at least in the Low Country there, I believe it's the 5th Circuit. But here they're talking about the 14th Circuit. That's state level. That's just how they roll. So O.G. Randolph, right, founds the law firm in 1910. And then in 1920, he's elected solicitor. What is a solicitor? Solicitor is the prosecutor. That's what they call it in South Carolina. So when you see solicitor for the 14th Circuit, think prosecutor for these counties. That's all it is. July 19th, 1940, O.G. Randolph Murdaugh dies after his car is struck by a Charleston and Western Carolina rail company. So that's where it gets really interesting. There's a lot of controversy around this, and that's where those articles came in, because basically, to summarize, what it looked like was like he was battling depression potentially, but also like it was a staged suicide, which gets interesting when you think about the side of the road incident, right? Because this O.G. Randolph basically parks his car on the train tracks and then waves at the conductor of the train, knowing that they can't stop it in time. And then what happens as a result? Let's see. Okay, 1940, O.G.'s son Randolph Buster Murdaugh wins election to his father's old seat by a landslide. And then that same year, Buster Murdaugh, or OG Buster, files a wrongful death suit against the rail company seeking $100,000, which is the equivalent of over $2 million today. It was the first of several suits lodged against the rail company. So we have a number of things starting, okay, in this family legacy. First, founding the law firm, 1910. Second, being the solicitor, right? So you're in the law firm, but also you are the prosecutor for all these counties. Third thing that's already being established is connections to the railroad. Fourth thing already being established is suing. Huge payouts for these lawsuits for wrongful death. And potentially insurance fraud. For example, a staged suicide would count as that. Shout out to Meg. Welcome. So, and I'm giving y'all the synopsis. I mean, we deep dove the fuck out of this. The history of this family is so interesting. And the reason I brought this up is because officials asking for the context, and this is just a snippet of the context I can give y'all as we go to watch Buster. So all these things are already being just established by 1940, okay? And when we talk about history repeating itself, it's one of the things that is so fascinating about this case and about this family, especially given Alex parking his car on the railroad tracks. Okay. And especially too, because they're all named the same, right? It's just very interesting. The cyclical nature of this. It's fascinating as fuck. All right. June 5th, 1956. OG Buster is indicted by a federal grand jury as part of an alleged whiskey conspiracy and resigns from office while awaiting trial. So OG Buster. All right. So remember, so far we got OG Randolph, right? Then we got OG Buster. And then 1956, despite being called grossly unethical by a federal judge, OG Buster is acquitted of all charges, while 17 others, including a former sheriff, are convicted. And then here's a quote from OG Buster. So I've always had the utmost confidence in the jury system of our state, and I've never had any fear as to the outcome of the indictment presented against me. Now, what are we getting into? Now, this is crazy, right? Because of everything that happened with Miss Becky. What we are getting into here is the start of the history that is well acknowledged and established of the Murdaughs with what they call fixing a jury. Okay? Fixing the juries for themselves, fixing the juries for the cases that they're trying, because solicitor, right? Prosecutor. Fixing the juries for the civil lawsuits they're trying, because law firm. Fixing. Let me read this again. I've always had the utmost confidence in the jury system of our state, and I've never had any fear as to the outcome of the indictment presented against me. And that's OG Buster when announcing his plans to return to office if reelected. Okay. 1956, OG Buster is reelected to office. He goes on to preside over several death penalty cases. November 1st, 1986, OG Buster retires. So look how long he was in office. All right, 1987, Randolph Murdaugh III, or Handsome for our purposes, Alex's dad, is sworn in as the new 14th Circuit solicitor. So right now, what we've got is in this county, right, or in this area, the only solicitors have ever been Murdaughs. Okay? And or at least since 1920. They might have been that might also have been the first. I'm not quite sure, because basically they basically founded this town, right? So I don't know that it was established. I mean, and again, so you've got the law firm, you've got them one after another being the solicitors for the 14th Circuit. That is continuing with Alex's dad. So sworn in as the new 14th Circuit solicitor. In 1988, OG Buster dies. May 1994. Alex graduates from USC Law School. Go Gamecocks. And you'll want to do it with exclamation point USC in the chat. And joins the family law firm. January 2006, Handsome, which is Alex's dad, steps down as solicitor, marking the family's 87-year reign. 87-year reign, people, over the solicitor's office, the longest run by one family in the history of the U.S. Let me read that again. It gives me goosebumps. Marking the family's 87-year reign over the solicitor's office, the longest run by one family in the history of the U.S. Wrap your heads around that, people. The shit that, like, people, like, to the extent, right, yes, there was a boat crash. There was a boat crash. The thing is that what people know about this case that's crazy is just scratching the surface. That's why this is my favorite case and favorite trial of all time. Many reasons why, but that's one of them. Like this case and this like runs so deep, and there's still so many secrets and mysteries, and it's so fucking fascinating. 87-year reign, the longest run by one family in the history of the U.S. All right, February 26, 2018, Gloria Satterfield dies. The sheriff's office, coroner, and EMS have no record of the accident or her passing. I'll just side note here to say that who was there? Alex, Maggie, and Paul. Who was not there? Buster. What does that have in common with the murders? I'll let you guys answer that one. February 2019, the boat crash happens, and tragically, Mallory Beach doesn't resurface from beneath the water. June 7th, 2021, Alex calls 911 telling the dispatcher, there it is, my wife and child have been shot badly. There's so many things that are noteworthy about this statement, right? Child. Paul was not a child, he was an adult. I could go on. It's just, there it is. And that's where the history timeline leaves off, because now that takes us to the case. So there it is. Yep. It's wow indeed. Wow indeed, yes. Okay, so there's some context for Buster. So let me pull that back up. For those of you guys who are joining us, and if y'all missed Coroner Armpits, let me know if we need to go back, because that's the best thing you'll ever see for trial, pretty much. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years. When I was a little child, we moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
So I have this, I already think this is so interesting. I have this on normal speed for a reason. I could spend a lot of time talking about just that much. But like, dude, again, just the position that he's in, and he is when he goes to answer the questions, no, that's Paul. Paul is the one that was driving the boat, and Paul is dead because Alex killed him. So Alex faces the jury, right? Sorry, Paul. Oh my God. Buster faces the jury when he's talking to them. So, he was obviously told to do that.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years.
I just wanted to make sure for the record, Paul was driving. Buster was not present when Mallory Beach died. Buster was not there. Buster's only involvement was that he provided Paul with his, like, he let Paul use his ID or something to get alcohol. Okay, that was it. But Buster was not there. Buster was not involved with the boat crash. And here's the thing. I think that on a human level, you can be spoiled and rich. But again, the position that he's in here, I find so much compassion and empathy for, because when you understand the history of this family, and when you really, like, we're going to do it now. Like, we're going to really pay attention. Okay. And I will tell you guys, like, I'll probably point things out that you maybe didn't notice, but like, it's easy to write it off, right? This just goes so much deeper than that. And the position that he's in is the tremendous pressure and the survivor's guilt, and how he's it's clear to me anyway that he's not even started to come to terms with the grief and the loss, because, well, you guys will see. We'll talk about it. But I mean, the pressure. Yeah.
Little child, we moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton.
I need to update it and that for you guys. So this is Buster.
Went to Wade Hampton High School, and after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Did is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits?
Yes, sir.
The town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
So it should be pinned, you guys, in the chat for y'all. That's right. Thank you. Yes. In reality, he lost his entire family, mom, dad, and brother. Yep. The loss is so great. And I mean, it's just so great. Welcome everybody else who's getting here. Kane is awesome. You're editing something. I'm glad you're here. That's Paul. Paul drove the boat. Paul is Buster's brother. Remember, Alex had two sons, Paul and Buster. That was the only kids that they had. Paul drove the boat. Paul is dead. Alex killed Paul. You're in the hospital? What are you in the hospital for? I hope you're okay, Leslie.
Yeah, around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through?
Now, the other thing I have to mention is this. So you're going to hear very tentative questioning from Jim Griffin. Okay. So remember, this is what's so, well, there's lots crazy, but like among the things is Jim Griffin has been a longtime family friend, right? Longtime family friend who already knew Buster. So Jim Griffin is in a very unique position questioning Buster, just like he is when he questions Alex. Okay. When Alex takes a stand, where he's very sensitive to the emotional. I mean, okay, with Alex, it's different because Alex is just, there's no real emotion, although he tries to act like it. But you can tell that he's being very careful here. I think he can sense that Buster's trying to seem to be strong and that, like, I don't know. In other words, Jim seems almost more tentative, maybe like on the verge of crying in a way than Buster does. But I think that, to me, that makes sense because of what we're dealing with here and the enormity of the grief and the loss and the pressure that Buster is under is just insane.
In Hampton County, what you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every little league team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which
that's character
I had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors mostly, hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one. And then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore.
I hope they bring up the house fire.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property of Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And
That's interesting.
more or less, it just kind of, it never.
Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that? That's interesting. He's tiptoeing around the fire. So what happened? Okay. The house that they had in Hampton on Holly Street, what happened to that house? We learned this. This was a bombshell that was dropped during the state's case. Chief and Blanca testified that the house in Hampton, what had happened was there was a house fire, and that they found the first responder, well, firefighters went on, they found an accelerant there and determined it was arson, intentionally set fire. However, guess what happened? Nobody was ever caught. Nobody was ever charged. There was never any suspect. But what resulted of that? If you were going to guess huge insurance payout, you guessed correctly. Remember that Murdaugh family timeline we took a look at? Remember all the history of the insurance fraud and whatnot, right? I think that where that happened in time of the insurance fraud with the house happened, I think, just after Alex started stealing from clients. So there's a lot of, anyway, but it was interesting because Buster says something about some trees and that's why they moved. But the reason is because the fire, and then they sold it, and then they made money from selling the house and from insurance.
And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence.
Yeah, if you're saying you don't remember the fire, it was really easy to miss. It came up in a split second during Blanca Simpson's testimony, and it was not, she only brought it up because there was a question about which property she was working at, right? And so it was like, it was in passing. It was one of those things where she was answering that, again, a question about like where she was working and when, and it's like, da, 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 da. And then it's like in the middle of this testimony where she's answering this question about that, it's like, da, 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 da. And then there was the house fire and da, 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 da. And it's like, if you blinked, you would have missed it. Right. So, but of course I researched it, and I think it comes up. There's another question about it, I think later on, but it's not, it's sort of like a clarification question. But basically that was where we learned about the house fire, was from that testimony. It was like, holy shit, what? Back up, house fire? It's like, can we learn more about the house fire? But it's like, again, it's just in passing because this case is so insane. So I mean, it's my personal opinion that Alex has something to do with that because it's the only thing that makes fucking sense. So you're very welcome for explaining. Oh yeah, for sure. Again, this is y'all are getting the summary version. What we will do is we will do another full gavel to gavel on this, because it's just, even no matter how many times you watch it, you always catch something new. And it is, ever since we did the first run, everybody was like, oh my God, like it was so sad when it was over, and so I've been talking about doing like an anniversary, like yearly anniversary. But until then, I was like, let's just revisit some of the testimony, which is what we're doing now. But we will do another gavel to gavel deep dive on this. And luckily I saved all my work from previous. So.
But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house.
Like, again, it's just, he's not mentioning the fire, right? Which is odd to me.
So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And
it was getting fixed because
more or less, it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
Did Alex ask him, or, by way of his counsel, right? Did they tell him not to mention the fire? I mean, I don't even know that the jury caught the part about the fire, right? Because again, it happened so quickly. But to me, it is odd that he's talking about the pine trees and not the fire.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Eddystone?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at other stuff?
Very frequently during the summertime, almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it.
Look at Alex's face. This is what I'm talking about. Look at him smiling at his son, like so proud, like do me proud, son. Like look at. I just literally paused it randomly and look at Buster's face. This is background, guys. This is the background. This is the easy questions. Look at his face. This is what I'm talking about. When he's actually answering a question directly, there's not a lot of emotion. Here, he's listening to a question, not answering. Look at his face. If that doesn't say it all right there. Do I think she killed them? Who's she? But I know you're referencing Gloria Satterfield, and yeah, it is 100%. I mean, you know, we talked about this previously on other live streams, but the timing of when that case, when it came out in the media that it was settled, and then that's how Tony Satterfield learned about it. And then the fact that when Gloria Satterfield died, only Maggie and Paul were initially supposed to be there. Alex claims he wasn't there, but that doesn't add up when you look at all the evidence and all the facts and the timeline. In fact, what really looks like happened is that Maggie and Paul were home, but they were asleep and they didn't witness anything. And then Alex was there. And then when they came out, Maggie and Paul, he told them what happened. And they repeated what he told them. That's what it sounds like. So what Alex told them was she tripped over the dogs. It doesn't make any sense. Alex throws the dog under the bus. We've got a separate playlist for that because I started covering it and I still have to finish it at some point. But I've got all the insurance documents. I've got all the interviews regarding that. It's very fascinating. So I do have a playlist deep diving that case. But basically, it's called Gloria Satterfield, the fall that started it all, because it's my personal take that it's part of why the murders happened. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Buster wasn't involved. He wasn't there, but Maggie and Paul were. And now, 3 years later, Maggie and Paul are killed. And when are they killed? Oh, they're killed right after it comes out in the media publicly, okay, that this lawsuit had been settled. And why do I say that matters? It's not because the only reason the media matters there is because Alex was stealing everything from the Satterfield family and telling Tony Satterfield, Gloria's son, that the case he was still working on it, making progress, right? While he was lying to them, while stealing their money. And the way that Tony found out is because he saw it on the news. That's why it matters. And the timing of that was the beginning of June. So, yeah, I think Alex pushed her. So the reason being, because then Alex sued himself. So what happened was Gloria Satterfield falls or was pushed by Alex, right? Potentially. Okay. But he sues himself. Now, here's the thing. Think about this. He could not have stolen the money from that family were it not for the lawsuit, right? The lawsuit wouldn't have happened were it not for everything that Alex. Okay. So she falls on, down the stairs or is pushed, but Alex says she trips over the dogs. What happens? It's his idea. He's like, oh, I'll sue myself, right? Because of the homeowner's insurance. So he sues himself because of the homeowner insurance, the Nautilus, okay, the Nautilus insurance company payout. It's a $5 million umbrella policy. So he sues himself, and then knowing that Nautilus will pay it out. So now it's because of that he's able to then steal the money from the family while they're getting evicted from their trailer. Additionally, the reason why the boat case ended up being such a big deal in terms of the insurance is because of the Gloria Satterfield case where Nautilus is paying that out, right? That they can't cover the insurance needed to cover the boat case. So when Mark Tinsley testifies and talks about how there's not enough insurance coverage for the boat case, right? For the civil suit. And the reason why they're coming after Alex personally to cover it is because the coverage via Nautilus is all tied up because of Gloria Satterfield. So that's another interesting tidbit that nobody, I don't think, has really pointed out, but like that's a huge deal, right? Nautilus was the big policy, but Nautilus can't pay out for the boat crash because it's paying out for Gloria Satterfield. That is what I believe is the only explanation, Tindal, for that. Yes, yes. Yep. It's really clear when you listen to the 911 call that Maggie and Paul did not know what the fuck happened and didn't see anything, yet they're supposed to be the ones telling what happened because Alex is supposed to be at work. And when the 911 call is very fascinating. We broke that down in depth. And same with their interviews, because they got interviewed by the insurance. And it's like, none of it makes any sense. And Alex is the one telling everybody what happened, but he's not there, allegedly. Anyway, so I think it's very interesting that, Alex tells them what happened. They repeat his story. And then here we go in the spring and early summer of 2021. That's when potentially Maggie and Paul find out that, oh, Gloria Satterfield, that lawsuit has settled. In other words, I think that something might have clicked for them then potentially. And then potentially, I don't know. You guys can probably put two and two together from there. But again, Buster being the surviving son and being the one who wasn't there for that, I think is relevant. So you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome.
Actually relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence. Were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home?
This just makes me want to cry. He calls him Jim by his first. Again, he calls him Jim because that's what he calls him. Like, this is so crazy. This is just, you never have this happen, right? Everybody knows each other. The lawyers are the family friend. Like, look at this dude. Like, look at Alex's face. I mean, it's just, and this was a simple question, and Buster, his mind was elsewhere. And then he has to say, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? It's heartbreaking.
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edison?
Very frequently during the summertime. Okay. Almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school, or
yes?
School? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when this stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay. So sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah. So the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres. And a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything. And it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other. And, we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
what type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
Everything: deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay.
Official, I
And
think he's in his 20s now, mid to late 20s maybe.
So we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property.
I mean,
you know, we plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given
this is just so sad, right? Because remember, like, they lost everything. So he's talking about all the memories, like, and it's going to happen even more, like all the memories. He's going to go through talking about Almeda, all the memories of the family properties, right? And like being out there on the land and whatever, right? And it's like, all that's gone. And then when he goes to talk about Almeda here shortly, you know, grandparents are dead. I don't know who has that house now. It's like the life, like he had a life that he knew, right? And involved, you know, close-knit family, you know, obviously there's corruption, but not everybody's bad. In fact, I think John Marvin, well, we'll watch his testimony, but anyway, you know, I understand that maybe Netflix portrays it a certain way. And again, I didn't watch it, so I don't know, but I just think that it's important to maybe set that aside because, you know, that's there's going to be a narrative there, right? It's part of why I couldn't handle watching it. But, you know, the family was close-knit, right? For better or for worse, whatever. And, you know, what was important to them was farming and being on the land and all that, right? Hunting, doing family shit together, whatever. But, and he's going to talk about like the family traditions and stuff. And then, you know, and then it's just like, it's like literally the entire life that he knew is like, it all got decimated at this all at once. Like, it's pretty crazy to think about. And like to sit here, and again, like I said, the pressure, but also, it's like, okay, tell us about this thing. Tell us about, it's like, just for me, I'm just thinking about this from a human perspective and how traumatic it would be to have to detail on the witness stand in front of the world with your dad's life on the line, all of these family memories and all these things, and all of it's fucking gone. You know, even a question such as describe the property, it's like, I'm like, how is he getting through this? All of this is gone. You guys see what I'm saying?
high population of hogs, we, you know, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did, what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did, shotguns.
You have 12 gauge shotguns?
12 gauge shotguns, 20 gauge shotguns, 16 gauge shotguns, 28 gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many rifles, type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Official, how long ago was what?
Were there
time?
times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart you used that day, left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else. And just, and sometimes sometimes he would use my
believe-
gun and then he would leave it and then I'd have to track it down.
You better believe it's part of why Alex had the whole thing, the riding the property thing. Remember how he tells in his second interview with law enforcement, Alex tells them that they were target practicing, right? And like, the initial story is like riding the property, looking for hogs. And then he throws target practicing into the mix. You better believe that part of that was on purpose, right? And why did they remember Alex's story? They took so many different vehicles. They had 2 different trucks they were using and all that. And then something about the golf cart. I might sneeze. Sorry, guys, I had to sneeze. That came up really quick on me or I would have muted it. But anyway, you better believe part of that was on purpose, right? Because he knew, Alex would have known that people would say this about Paul. Paul would leave guns places. So what does he do? He's like, yep. He makes sure that it's like, yep, we were using guns. Paul was using guns and Paul's, notorious for leaving them places. However, remember, like we had Roger Dale Davis Jr. say that he didn't see any guns up there. Now that would have been before they rode the property, but remember also there wasn't really time for all that. Like Alex tries to give this story that they were hanging out for hours riding the property when in fact on the timeline, it's really brief. It's like, I don't remember exactly. We did the timeline on the last episode, but it was like 30 minutes or less, something crazy like that, right? That Paul gets there, they ride the property very briefly. As far as I can tell, they just go over and look at that fucking tree and takes a snapshot of the tree. And then they come back for dinner and it's like, from the time Paul gets there to being murdered, I believe it's less than 2 hours, all said and done. And like 40 minutes of that is having dinner. So, and then like 20 minutes of that is like at the kennels. So anyway, thank you for saying bless me. This trial was from February of 2023.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your
Alex's story is it has to do with the boat case. He tries to make it, that's the first thing he says on the 911 call. It's the first thing he says to the first responders. It's his thing. Alex says, actually, Alex denies it has anything to do with any money. Well, because he doesn't admit to the money. Okay. He doesn't get, the money thing comes out after the murders, right? That's September 3rd is when all that comes down. And September 4th is the side of the road. So, and also when he gets confronted by Chris Wilson. So Alex's initial story to first responders and everything, law enforcement in on the 911 call is it has to do with the boat crash. That he thinks, he tries to make it seem like Paul, he says Paul's been getting threats from the boat case. I know this has to do with the boat case. That's his whole thing. But then when they're like, threats by who? He's like, I don't know. And then it's like, where, how types of threats? And he's like, in person, because he knows that if he says on social media, they could prove that there is no threats. And basically that's his whole thing. He's like, I know it has to do with the boat case. That's his thing.
300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it and it's not there.
Did notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial. Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion and the jury has seen a 12 gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy and in the box it came with a sticker and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way, that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
And I think it was.
I don't believe that. I don't believe the way he answered that. Now, I'm not saying he's lying. Like, look at how he answers this. Again, think of the pressure, right? Let's listen to how he answers this. And this matters because trying to make it seem like this was just a normal thing, right? Yeah, and again, I have a whole playlist for Gloria too. From where we were deep diving that. So let me see what other questions there were. Yes, and that's correct. The day that he did kill them, yes, was they were asking about the money. They were asking about the missing Ferris fees, but they didn't know at that point. The law firm didn't know about Fake Forge. They didn't know for sure that he was stealing. They were just like asking about the fees, right? That was happening like at that exact same time. And then it was September 3rd that they for sure figured out about Fake Forge, and they figured out that he was stealing from the law firm and from clients, and they fired him. And then September 4th, he was confronted by Chris Wilson. That's when Alex pivots, makes up the drugs, and then stages the roadside shooting whole thing.
Frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey.
Oh yeah,
load.
I wanted to pay
It was
attention.
loaded.
Yes.
Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
He shaking his head no, but just
Put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the
this is
smaller
really
one
not standard
for that
practice
purpose.
because it's really not good for the guns.
And that's something you commonly did.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir. I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Now, what's interesting is that in the state's case in chief, and this might come up on cross, but again, they're going to have to think about the cross. They have to tiptoe. They have to be really careful with that, right? But the thing is that in the state's case in chief, with all of Paul's friends, right, that were hunting with him all the time, they said this was Paul's thing. This was something that Paul did. Paul put the different gauges and the different, birdshot and buckshot in with the same, when he would load them back to back or whatever. And they said that was something Paul did. Now, it sounds like from the way they described it, it was like him being careless, right? But that he was notorious for it. And again, it's not something that you normally do because it can cause guns to backfire. Potentially why Alex maybe had to pivot to a 300 blackout, maybe. But it's definitely not advised. It's not standard practice. It can cause all kinds of issues, but it's something that Paul routinely did. And so, part of the thing, because the murder weapons were never recovered, right? The state is did prove, but at this point, the trial's still going on. They're hoping to prove that what weapons were used without having the actual weapons themselves. And part of that is family weapons. And part of the way they are proving that is because of the habits, because of the history of the way the family would use the guns. And the testimonial, again, a lot of it built on the Buster and Paul's friends, right? And them talking about the way Paul would load those guns. So when it comes to these guns, right, and again, trying to prove that it was specifically these guns and not just a different 300 blackout and a different Benelli shotgun, part of it is this testimony about how Paul had this very specific habit that is so unusual that makes, and I don't know that the jury would need it to go this far, right? But I'm just saying that's part of how they were able to prove definitively this was definitely that shotgun and that 300 blackout, if that makes sense. Right. The defense does end up going that route. I mean, pretty much it is suggested when we get to the 5'2", 11-year-old ninja assassins.
And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of birdshot right behind it?
No, sir.
And again, that's not the testimony of all of Paul's friends, but I don't blame him for answering it that way.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns. And that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance. And that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it. And those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox. And also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Almeda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
The, in 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At a stay.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or,
I was down at Edisville a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
This is a really fascinating part. Let me back this up. This is really fascinating to me. This is crazy.
And then,
And there's a reason why I have this in normal speed, because this is so challenging for Buster when it shouldn't be. And I'm not saying that this is like because he's being deceptive or lying. I think that, again, he's not even scratched the surface of processing the trauma, and everything that he's talking about here, all of it's gone. There's nothing that he talks about in this entire testimony that still remains. All of it's gone. And I just think that it's potentially like a PTSD type of response, or like trauma response of like literally his brain is elsewhere. And then he's trying to answer this, what should be a real simple question, right? Here in a sec.
At a stay.
and where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or,
I was down at Edisville a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Yikes.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in Columbia.
That
Split time
face
between,
that he gives Jim, dude, is like, help me. I don't know. He can't even answer. This is a simple question. Again, this is not him being, this is like, help. Like, look at this face. I'll pause it on the face I'm talking about here. This is sad. This is so sad. It's like, help. Dude.
did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
Yes, sir.
you have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And official, I'm not going to put your comment on the screen, but I am sorry you went through that. And I understand how that can translate. Yep. It is very sad. It's very sad. Very sad. Yeah.
And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And, the other
was
thing
he
is this, right? Buster has and actually I've been meaning to follow up on see and see where that is. Buster has a lawsuit against Netflix and some other media companies for defamation. And again, I don't watch those documentaries because they're misinformation. So having said that, I don't blame him, because I would say the Netflix documentary alone, given from what I would imagine it represents without even having watched it, it has probably ruined his life on top of everything he's already going through. I mean, I really do feel for him. And, that you have to think about it, right? Like, just because somebody's in the family, it's just, this is true for any case, right? Where you've got somebody who is on trial for murder or for anything, right? And whether they're convicted or not, right? But even if they are convicted, just being a family member of somebody doesn't mean that that person is bad, right? And the way that I always feel in these cases is I feel like the family members of whoever it is that is a suspect or is convicted, to me, they're victims just as much as the victim's family. And that's even if it isn't the case that the victims are also the family of the suspect, which is what it is here, right? Like, in other words, like the family of the suspect, that's on trial, defendant on trial, to me are just as much victims. And that's even if it's not their own family that was murdered, which is what you have here. So.
Was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, do you know where Paul relocated to?
Anywhere?
Yeah.
No, not exactly. I know that.
So I can tell you, I totally get what you're saying, official, that people could claim it's being deceptive. And I understand as well where you're coming from, because to me, this is where he's looking right here. So I've had EMDR, right, is a type of therapy that you can do for PTSD that's considered very effective. And part of it is like, there's a certain place that people's eyes will look automatically and like gravitate towards when they are processing trauma. It's subconscious. And I think that's what we're seeing here. When he's delaying answering these questions, it's not eye accessing for recall. I think it's his eyes going to the place where his brain is subconsciously trying to process the trauma memories. And that's where he gets stuck. That's my interpretation of what I'm seeing, just personal interpretation.
I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
So that was,
who's John Marvin?
In case anyone's thinking that was the same question as before, this is a different question. And again, same level of difficulty here. He's really struggling here.
You know where Paul relocated to?
Anywhere? No, not exactly. I know that.
Wow.
I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Okatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So sad.
Where was this?
So this is 1 month before the murders, May of 2021, 1 month before the murders. Or it could even be less than that. The murders were beginning of June, so May to June.
So this is in this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle.
Annie, if you're referencing Coroner Armpits, why keep wanting to call him Coroner? Oh my God. Yeah, Coroner. Yes. Getting that confused with Colonel. Okay, Coroner Armpits. If that's what you're mentioning, oh, don't worry. What we're gonna be doing is we're gonna start out all of the next Murdaugh live streams with that. Now that we've gotten to that part of the trial, it's too good to not watch on repeat. I could literally just watch it over and over again. So don't worry if you've missed it. We will watch it again. But one thing you might have missed that is not something that will be every live stream is we pulled up the Murdaugh family timeline going back to the very first Murdaugh in 1910, which was interesting. But anywho.
Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, he was.
What kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I think.
Yes, sir. It's what
Dude,
grandchildren called him.
Everybody.
Well, it started
Speaking of the Murdaugh family history, right? We just went through that whole thing.
his grandchildren called him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby.
Yes, sir.
And they live close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Almeda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Almeda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemisi.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
Okay. And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
It'll be time stamped. Happy Annie. I'm sure you'll go back and watch it. It'll be time stamped. Tony, this is Buster Murdaugh. And yes, I do teach kids official. I teach all ages, but yeah, starting with age 3 for violin. Right? For sure.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends, just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
Okay. And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So you had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And the families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
So when we did our different field trips, we found all these places, right? Based on the descriptions, because, you know, there's not addresses. Like Almeda doesn't even have an address. It's crazy. Like, they're like in a different century. But anyway, we found all these places previously. It was fun.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
M.
Yes, sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
And the previous testimony was actually
What times of day?
actually that Paul was the one that went a lot, you know. So again, people aren't it's not black and white, right? You can be someone who was driving a boat drunk and killed a girl, you know, like for example, like what I mean is, and again, part of this you could maybe say you could blame mainstream media or the narrative in documentaries or whatever the case may be. People are not just black and white, right? And you know, for what it's worth, there's a lot of testimony about people who knew Paul and loved Paul that is, you know, really moving, of like things that were really unique to him. Like, for example, when Ronnie Crosby testifies and talks about how Paul befriended Ronnie's son, who was like 7 years younger than Paul, when Paul was a teenager. And I will say, I understand why this is a big deal, because at that age, right, if you're a teenager, it's not cool to be friends with a little kid. It's just not. But Paul took Ronnie's son under his wing and befriended him and hung out with him and didn't care that he didn't look cool for it. For example, he said that he'd never seen, you know, Ronnie Crosby said he'd never seen anybody have a way with kids the way Paul did, even when Paul was a rambunctious teenager. But another example, right, is like that Paul was the one who visited the elderly, sick, aging grandparents more than anybody. That was what all the testimony said. More than Alex. Buster went occasionally. Paul went all the time to visit the grandparents. One, you know, the one that had, you know, cancer / pneumonia, and then, you know, the Alzheimer's dementia. And even when it was a long drive. And again, for somebody who's a teenager or in their early 20s and is like partying and whatever, that's, you know, I don't know. I just feel like that's it. There's a different side, you know, to Paul besides just partying and being reckless with a boat. I just will say.
Hey, would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, well, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, parking, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
I don't know to tell you, like, I don't have anything, there's nothing I can do about that, right? This is a court feed. But what I can say is if the back of Jim Griffin's head is annoying you, you don't have to look. You can just listen, you know, to the testimony.
And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence.
So now they're going to get to Almeda.
Page 38.
Tony, you don't have to look at his head, okay? You can just listen. You don't have to look at his head. We don't need to be getting worked up about people losing their hair. It happens. It's normal.
Yes. The
Okay.
GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors, and Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, what's that house?
Almeda.
So that's my grandparents' house at Almeda.
All right. And these dots in the back. And
Okay, now here's what's interesting. So this would not be coming up were it not for the GM OnStar data that came in only a few days ago in this trial. Hey, Tony, guess what? Look at the screen. Guess what's not on the screen? The ball, like, I don't know. Right now we're talking about Almeda and we have a picture of Almeda. Okay. So this would not even be coming up were it not for the GM OnStar data that came in just a few days prior in this trial. And what they got from that they wouldn't have had was all these red dots, right? And what matters here that they're talking about, yeah, PFOX is close your eyes. Exactly. This is not the end of it's just, if that's the biggest problem you have right now in your life is that you don't like looking at somebody's bald head on the screen when you don't even have to watch, you can just listen because it's a trial. You're in a good position, I will say. You're in a good position. In life, it could be worse. So anywho, so these red dots down here by the house, right? So you see the circle where they have the house and then there's that cluster of red dots. That is where the vehicle was parked, the Suburban. And what they're getting to is, so why is this problematic for Alex? Well, he didn't park in the driveway. He didn't park where you normally park. He parked over there right by the woods basically on the tree line. And so again, the pressure on Buster that we've been talking about, right? So now Buster's tasked with having to try to make it seem like that's a normal place to park. And that's not I don't envy him for that, right? Because that sucks. And previously I had a thing, I don't know that I saved it as a separate file. I had a comparison of all the different yard pictures with arrows pointing from everyone that testified about parking in the yard with what everyone explained. And I had a side-by-side thing. And then I had that compared to where the car actually was and stuff. And I don't think I still have that saved. But anyway, I might be able to find that after the fact and pull that up for another day. But anyway, it's very interesting the way Buster describes this. We shall see.
I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is
Oh
where.
boy.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I want to ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those.
Okay, giving you the evidence.
The house.
33.
This is the back door entrance to
Okay.
where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. And if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please.
So, here we have the one person that I've ever booted from this channel, is Glenn. The Legend of Glenn. And I really want to keep it that way because otherwise we won't be able to have that a tradition anymore. That's all I'll say.
And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the
welcome
garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times
Official,
they're in the back part of the house
you're all
and they
good.
don't hear you. So you
You're all
normally
good.
call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to be
Tony,
let in."
Tony, one more comment about Jim Griffin's head, and you're gonna make me have to break my tradition, and I don't want to have to do that. I would like to be able to keep my tradition alive with Glenn being the only person I've ever greeted. Welcome,
They'd have
Spencer.
to walk
Oh,
you
yeah.
back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the. It's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm gonna show you Exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug.
The other thing, it'd be a real shame if
So-
Chris wasn't here for.
Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where?
I don't want to block anybody. That's why I'm saying I've only ever blocked one person. I don't want to block people. I'd rather not block people. So who's this guy? You mean on the stand? That's Buster Murdaugh, Alex's son. And Jim Griffin is the attorney who's questioning him. Good morning to you, Kat.
Step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass.
That's fine, Tony.
And near that.
That's fine. But you know what? I think one comment is good. Totally fine. You can comment on it once, and then that's fine, right? It's the repetition that I think is a bit much. So this is important here where he describes where you park. Now, mind you guys, right? If you guys see where that satellite dish is in the back and then that tree line there, and then there's like a little house over there. See that tree line there in the back of the picture? That's where Alex's Suburban was. So what Buster's describing is parking right next to these stairs is not even remotely the same location.
In this photo, where you would normally park.
Not to mention there's no tire tracks in the grass.
All right, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And near that
Good day at work, Kat.
satellite dish,
Say hi to the trees
or
for
not
me.
near the satellite dish.
Yeah.
Objection.
Oh,
Where would you park in relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was. Now, hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come back.
oh, what a mess.
What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every
Yeah.
third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering.
Used to.
Just to open.
Used to. And now look at this this strikes me every time. You've got Jim with the yardstick, right? So they're pointing at the picture. The jury's seeing that, right? They've got like a TV thing or a monitor rather. It's on the floor. I don't know why it's on the floor. Don't ask me. And so that's why they're pointing down there, right? But watch Buster and the way he stands and he has his hand on the podium. Again, I hate this for him. Again, every single thing he's talking about is in the past. We would do. His grandfather's dead. I mean, all of this is gone. And it's just, to the extent he feels awkward, I would imagine it's only because what he's experiencing likely is so much trauma and grief having in this position, but yet having to try to look normal. And what you get is what we're looking at. That's my interpretation.
open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, couple couches.
All right.
That is
Hang
true.
on, Doug. Pull
That
up
is true.
132.
Yardstick.
Buster's still standing here.
Yeah, and then look at how Buster has to wait. This part, like, awkward.
Buster, what's this structure to the right of the, as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's it's old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please.
I feel like that's Jim Griffin trying to make it seem like that makes sense to park by the tree line. Doesn't help. I also would feel awkward if my name was Buster. 100%. It is an awkward name. An awkward name. But it's not nearly as bad as Dick, right? How you doing today, Spencer?
Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would
Not anymore, though.
would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within
They did
the
talk
family.
a lot. I mean, we saw that in the dude.
So, Doug, I want to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudovsky
Sweet.
extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please.
I just love it when anytime we get to see this timeline is wonderful for me. I am hoping, though.
So, Buster, what I'd like to do in
For
this,
anyone who missed it, I'm hoping that we are still live. I think Twiz is asleep. I'm hoping that we're still live when Twiz wakes up at some point, because for anyone who wasn't here earlier during the Brian Koberger stream, it was a momentous occasion. We finally got Twiz to come on. But anyway, I made him a permanent co-host position, and also due to popular demand, he's now, I never thought I would ever have a mod, but anyway, I made him a mod because, Twiz deserves it and he's special, and everybody was super excited. And so hopefully if he wakes up, he might pop on. He has the ability to pop on whenever he pleases. So I think he's asleep though right now, but hopefully he'll be able to join us because, we all want to celebrate that. And so now we're seeing, of course, this lovely master timeline from Agent Rudovsky.
this starts at just at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says, Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And
For
then
real.
if we'll go down to,
I love for
Well-
Twiz. We love you, Twiz.
so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 141,
Look at his
please,
face.
Doug.
And this is what I'm saying. This was why this sucks for Buster, right? Because it's like, here, like, listen, think about this, guys. what Jim is trying to get at here is like that essentially look at all the communication, right? Like this is normal. In other words, that Alex calling Maggie and Paul, it was normal or whatever. Like, of course it was. Like, it's like there's not a whole lot he can do, right, Jim? I mean, but by in doing so, the questions he's asking is like, I mean, look at Buster's face. It says it all. It's like, how often did you guys talk? All the time. Yeah, we were close knit. Now look, do you remember this phone call? And he's looking at this, and he will actually testify here in a sec. He remembers what these specific conversations were about. This is the day they were murdered. Imagine what this is like for him, you know, and it's like, it's just to simply establish that they talked on the phone and da-da-da. And it's like, I just feel for him big time, man.
At 1:41, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex. Not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right. And page 16 at 1:55:40. If you'll take a look. Blow that up, Doug. Says
There's software.
Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alec Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Is so sad.
Yeah. So this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is
As if it couldn't get any worse, guys. This part. Not only is he remembering a specific message between him and his mom about like she's going to like pick up his medicine for him, but now he's going to be talking about like his eczema and his prescription for it. I mean, I just literally, I honestly hate Jem for asking some of these questions. I really do, because it's not really it's like this shit's not that important, right? I mean, in terms of what is this really going to do to help Alex's case, right? Like the shit about where the car parked in the backyard, I get, you know, yeah, that matters. What I don't know, there's certain things that matter more in terms of hoping Buster gives an answer that could help Alex. But this is just, dude, this just breaks my heart. Ugh.
Yeah. So this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot.
Exactly.
And
yep.
I was up in
That's
Rock
exactly
Hill,
right.
and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was,
I mean, it's,
calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
100% Spencer, though. That exactly. Here's some more PTSD for you. That is literally how I interpret this. And it doesn't even help him. Exactly. It's awful.
Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal.
Yeah, just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh.
That's right.
Talking to his parents.
Yes,
I
sir.
can't. Normal day in the life of Buster, talking to his parents. Like I said, all of this is gone. All of this is gone. His entire life. All of this is gone. His life is gone. His parents are gone. The fact that Jim says this shit blows my mind. There's other ways. If these questions aren't going to help Alex, but if you wanted to go through this, there's a way that you can do it where you, I mean, the thing is, Jim's goal is trying to make it seem like this is normal stuff, but like, dude, it's just not fucking worth it. Normal's done. Buster's, it's just too much.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42, your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
There's his pharmacy.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
Specialty pharmacy.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at
look at his face.
5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right. And then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Yes.
Probably.
Official. They're just saying, were these the last communications with his mom after you got let? Yep. Yep. They certainly were. Absolutely were. And in fact, I think that that question even comes up definitively. Like, was this the last time you ever talked to? I mean, it's just.
And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull it up. Thank you. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
Oh.
And then we'll jump to
John Marvin's
page 49, Doug.
I mean, yes, fair. It's fair. You know, and that's a fair thing to say there, Tony. I mean, it's just totally, and like it's just so shitty, right? Because again, the pressure. His dad. It's like his dad is. You know, there's not a lot of people that are going to be able to try to testify, or that aren't paid anyway to testify for Alex. And like, anyway, it's like, I don't know, do me proud, son. You know what I mean? But I was gonna say, like, John Marvin's testimony is equally as heart-wrenching. Really, it's awful. It's freaking awful, and big difference in terms of the emotional vulnerability. And John Marvin's is just. Anyway, we'll watch it, of course. Yes. Is there anyone else? So we already had a couple witnesses before you got here, Spencer. But yes, after Buster, is the expert witness who introduces the 2 gray boys into the mix. Anybody who is, I can't do it because I'm me, and so you have to be a member. Anyone who's a member that feels so inclined, please put the 2 gray boys in the chat for the emoji, because we are getting to them today. We're getting to the 2 gray boys today. The 5'2", 11-year-old assassins That's where that comes in. You guys are going to love it if you haven't seen it already. And if you have seen it, you're going to love it. It's amazing. It's legendary. So yeah, that's why we have that emoji with the 2 gray boys and their lasers. We're getting to them today.
Go to 908-58. And it says, Alec Murdaugh, iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 908-58. And then at 9:10-47, there's an entry that says, Alec Murdaugh calls Buster. And it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10-47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I'm reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled.
Answering.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to.
Hang on.
Spencer,
Okay. I mean, I thought he did.
I think I see where you're asking that. Probably about 30 minutes until the expert. So I understand. I think I see where you're going with that. Probably around 30 minutes till the expert. I might bump him up to 1.25 though, and it will be that may make it a little bit quicker because a lot of what, especially the parts that were super poignant with his speech and his anyway, where this timing matters. I think we've already gotten through a lot of that. So I don't know. I understand if it's rough. I
Didn't
get
want to
it.
hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Almeda to check on them.
I get it.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would. Yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You can take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock, we did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, had a metal roof, just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir. Would.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Oh, the random
Did
objections.
your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but you know, he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
Oh, Bubba.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
And at least Bubba's still alive. I mean, it's like so fucked up, right? I mean, it's not fucked up. I'm glad Bubba's alive. I'm just saying, of all of the different people who matter here, who they're talking about, all of them are dead except for Bubba. Just thank God Bubba's alive. But also Bubba is no longer their dog because Bubba is now Blanca's dog. So in a way, it's like he still lost Bubba, but Bubba's alive.
Well,
He could be, but for the most part, no.
What?
He would listen to
Hey,
Dad more than anybody.
Come on, he just said Bubba's not difficult. The jury's got to be laughing at that because literally witness after witness after witness has gotten up there and said Bubba's hard-headed, Bubba's stubborn, Bubba's rambunctious. You know, it's endearing, but this is crazy.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
Oh dear.
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right.
Estimate your dad's weight on the stand. Sounds good to me. Nah.
Excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a
Oh God, dude, this is just, you called him Alex. Oh.
excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them. But that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
Right. All right. So this part. So one of the things, remember when I said there's a couple things that maybe are more important that Alex is really relying on Buster for? This would be one of them. Why, in my opinion, did Alex go to rehab? To try to support his lie, his story about being addicted to drugs, right? As I've said before, he's got to be the only person on the planet who would literally check himself into rehab just to try to prove that he has a drug addiction that he doesn't have, right? And the only other, like I said, those are words out of his mouth. Nobody else ever had said that. The only person, right, in this entire trial that he can say anything, okay, that could maybe support that is Buster. So in terms of the pressure, right, what is he relying on Buster for? Now, here's what's so interesting is that there is no testimony from anybody else. Like, remember, everybody in the law firm, right? They're like family. They're closer than coworkers. They're basically family. And Buster's answer is really interesting here. So keeping in mind, too, that this whole thing about him going into a treatment facility, like going into a treatment facility, first of all, Buster's the only person to say this. Second of all, there's no way for any job that you could do that, like an inpatient treatment facility, without your boss knowing. Like, you have to be off of work, right? But in addition to that, Alex was so close knit with all of his. I mean, they're not even coworkers; they're law partners. So first of all, that. Okay.
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that
how would that have been possible? A detox facility. That was my knowledge of it. And then he's going to say he did some at home, which is not even a thing. You guys know, if you have an actual addiction to opioids, right? And you know, the description that Alex is going to give on the stand is what we know about, right? Which is like, you think you're going to die and you're so sick. And like all of that is true, right? I'm not saying that Alex went through it, but all that's true. So this whole thing about the at-home thing, anyway.
That handled it. And then there were a couple more times
Handled
after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff. And then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times.
Not a thing.
And you know,
Self-detox, words you'll never hear again. Tindal says it's 12 a.m. Sunday morning. That is wild. What's the weather like where you're at? And good morning to Iowa. Love you.
thought, you know, once he did that, you know, get off of him. But that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
And Tindal, also let me know if you want a custom command as well.
He had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with him.
Oh, interesting. So Buster has really no knowledge at all of what he's talking about. He wasn't there.
Finding the pills, but I mean, I've never heard anything just, you know, apologetic. And
I appreciate that he says that. That's him just being honest, right? Like he wasn't there. So it's so funny because he's testifying. So, you know, he's been coached on, like, you know, to a certain extent. I don't want to like make allegations, right? But he's giving these answers. But then when he's just openly being candid about it, it's like, oh, I wasn't there, you know?
Right. You know, sorry. And would usually be his kind of regular, you know, kind of response.
The custom command, for example, is like this, right? So we have all the different commands for Nightbot. So custom command, like for Iowa's backyard, you know, that's an example. So it's where we get an Annie, like almost everybody has one if they want one, right? So there's another example there. So it would be like your name. I would make a command for you, and then it can say whatever you want. It can be a quote, it can be emojis. People have all different kinds. It runs the gamut. It's whatever you want. P Fox, thank you. She's chiming in with hers. Yeah, runs the gamut. Can be whatever you want.
How did your family handle disputes, disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, you know, like adults, pretty civilly, you know, talked about it, stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute. You like, right. You know, like I was a kid, you know, I get spanked, stuff like that. It's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right?
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir. He would.
Feel free.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
I remember when I mentioned it to DB about the custom commands, and he was like, this is a huge deal. I'm going to have to take my time to think about it. And it was so funny. I loved it. He literally did. He took like 2 or 3 weeks before he came back with his command. And there was a couple other people too as well that wanted to think.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The boat crash.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about, you know, our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. You know, just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, you know, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, you know, in a bar and, you know, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, you know, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. What was your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It you know, it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it, you know, made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, you know, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, you know, kind of a bad kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like you go, she felt like people were staring at her and talking
Yeah,
about her
it's
and
not
stuff.
great because like everybody
was she?
already before the boat crash, like it was in this community, everyone already knew who she was anyway. They knew everybody, but also this family. So like it's like the type of thing where it's like you can imagine if you go and you're living in this small town, like you go to the grocery store, you're gonna see everybody you know, everybody knows everybody. So when you think about that, that only just makes it worse, right? If like now everybody's putting, there's like a lot of negative implications about the boat crash and everything else. And it was like, everybody was so torn about it because, like, for example, Ronnie Crosby, who was like a second father to Paul and loved Paul dearly, but whose wife was a Mallory Beach's boss. And he's also really close with that family. And so it's just really sad, I hate personally when you have a situation like there's a death, somebody died, and then on top of that, then there's a lot of toxicity, just like with cases, right? As for me say, I just don't, I don't know why there needs to be toxicity surrounding stuff when it's already bad enough. And anyway, but it's just really sad when you think about a community being divided when it was just tragedy all around, you know what I mean? But anyway, I can understand how awful that would be, for Maggie, where you would go somewhere and it used to be everybody's probably like, hey, how you doing? And instead you probably feel like everybody's staring at you, right? I'm just empathizing with how that must have been like, to where she felt ostracized, Oh, that's a good question. So you're saying to have it be the actual correct time zone? Oh my God. Okay, so the commands, that's like really high tech. I don't even know that there's a way to do that. Like I could have it be like New Zealand time zone is 15 hours ahead of my time zone. Like, but to have it automatically update, you're talking, that's like a computer software type of thing. I don't know how to, so normally like the way the commands work is you just pre-program it, right? So you put the command in and then you put in what you want it to say. So like I could make it the correct time currently, but then next, in 5 minutes, it would be incorrect, if that makes sense. But it's a good idea. Good thought.
Do her shot.
She moved over to Walterboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
In response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has
it's
been a big part of
relevant.
the state's case.
Yeah,
There's a party to litigation.
Bad objection.
Overrule the objection.
Yeah.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. What was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million. So.
Right. And
right.
And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
Didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Hey, Janelle, I think I might be able to do it. I'm looking into it. There's like code. This is like really fancy. I'm looking into it. It might be.
Let's now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiwi with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Wow,
Yes,
that's
sir.
fancy though. I
And,
think I
and then
can
the
do
following
it.
weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us.
Okay.
And
Holy crap. It's pot to now. You've just opened a whole new world of possibilities here. A whole new world. So I'm looking on a list here. Holy crap. I can't believe this is possible to find your time zone. So you're going to be, let me find that it's in alphabetical order. Wow, there's so many of these. Are they alphabetical? I'm looking to find it. Okay, so is there more than one time zone in New Zealand or just one? Wow, this is crazy. I can't believe I can do this. Holy shit. Because it looks like there's New Zealand and then there's another New Zealand one. So let me know, and then I think I can actually do this. Holy crap. Can't believe it.
And
never know until you try.
those were the people sleeping there, and then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
It was a fun family weekend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 123, and I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
John, we moved Defendant's Exhibit 123 in evidence.
Okay. It's a visit.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. Let's take a look at that.
Okay, let me see if I can get this to work for you now. That's super. This is the first time we're actually seeing the video. We've heard this played in court because Chris Wilson's there. I think Jim Griffin's also there, but now we're actually seeing it.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
Your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? You know the exact date? It's not a test. Just say you don't know if you don't.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day?
That's right. 27th, maybe.
The
Oh, Alex.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
I'm going to try
Yes,
and
sir.
see if it works.
And you, did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Oh my
Fun
God.
weekend?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Tanel, look, you guys, I just want to say something. Tanel asked me this crazy question that I was like, wait, what? There's no way this is possible. She was like, can the custom command be the New Zealand time zone? And it like broke my brain. I was like, how would Nightbot know how to do that? Like Nightbot's amazing. I love you, Nightbot. You have little hands but a big heart. But like, how would you be able to do that? And then I just did a little search and I did a couple little clickaroos. And sure enough, Nightbot can do anything. Let's just never underestimate Nightbot. And look, there it is. Oh my God. That is amazing. Now I'm like, what else can we do that we don't know about yet? Oh my God, I can't believe it worked. Yay. That is so fun and very different. We don't have anything like this, but now I'm like, holy shit, that's so fun. Wow. I wonder if we can do the well. Oh my God. Now I'm like, holy crap. What else can I do? So thank you so much, Tindal, for asking me to do something completely crazy that ended up working. And now that's awesome. Love it.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
Oh God.
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock, but eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us. And when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there. Lee Cope was there. Mark Ball was there. Austin Crosby was there. William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Almeda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
And
sorry if I just blew y'all's ears out. Okay, we have a new one, guys, and it should do it for wherever you guys want. So I did it wrong. I did weather, and then it said Nightbot was like, no location provided. Cute, Nightbot. Look at him teaching me how to do things. And then I said weather, Greensboro, NC. And then look, it pops it up. Oh my God. Y'all, this is so fun. I'm so excited for people to get here and then be like, oh my God, look at these new commands. This is so fun. I wonder what else we can do. I'm gonna keep looking.
Did you help him pack?
I did. Yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts.
You may have to be more specific to now.
Toilet kit.
Location.
Put in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Almeda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the? Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall. I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but certainly could have happened.
When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad. And Maybe John Marvin, I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just
Did
go back.
did you take a shower in Brooklyn? Take a shower at Almeda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Almeda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When traveling from Almeda?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Yeah, every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. Do you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Almeda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Well, were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday. Do you know whether you were at Almeda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting.
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
Property. And how far is it from Almeda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very,
by, close
yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how
Oh
long
my
you
God.
stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather. I'm
Grandfather,
sorry.
yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you went to, did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed things we're objecting on hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, sir. I'm not introducing 129, offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, hey, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection. When did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Huey.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th through the Kiwi trip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
North Carolina.
Did you have any discussions with your father about
Greenan's command
your
is not
personal
working
safety?
yet.
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection sustained.
Did
What's in Overland Park, Kansas? That rings a bell.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Yeah.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. You can't identify this.
Yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to evidence this time.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug?
Yay, Doug.
And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, it can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you say it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Oh, side of the road.
Talking about the.
Yeah, do you remember?
Oh God, what a
your
mess.
dad
Yes,
went
sir.
off to detox, roadside shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, Did he ever come back home to
I
his
know, right?
property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Almeda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house. Had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi or?
Yep. Chichesi, Okatee.
You have clothes
I'm
at
trying
Edison?
to remember where it comes up. They do. Okay. The thing about the expiration date on the reward, I can't remember where it is. I agree. It doesn't make sense, but I feel like there is a witness. I just don't remember where. It's not, this is the thing, right? There's a reason why trials gavel to gavel, because there's so many things, like for example, the house burning down. There's so many things that just might only come up in passing in a split second for some witness where you don't expect it, right? And like the only way that you get all the information is literally by watching the entire trial, right? So like, for example, the part about the expiration date on the flyer, if I went looking for it, I don't know that I could find it, but it might be related. Like, I feel like it might come up with one of the law partners. But what I was going to say is this. I feel like that does come up at some point with something that in my mind, in my memory, is a reason and an explanation for that. And whatever the thing is, it points to Alex being guilty. Like I don't remember exactly, but I remember it's something akin to like Alex wanted to put the expiration on there and it never made sense to the law partners. I don't know. Something, in other words, it gets brought up again. But anyway, that's the best I can tell you right now. But whenever we do watch it again, gavel to gavel, we will find where that is. We will hear it.
So,
yes, sir.
Do you have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it
Can't leave
does.
with this.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna do you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. This is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a
This also matters.
short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is
No,
it?
you could
It's
be
blue.
right.
Um,
That I don't think that's what I'm thinking of though, because everything he says is bullshit. Except there's one thing in there he says about Bubba being proud, and I pointed it out whenever we've watched it before. And I'm like, that's the one thing he says is not bullshit, or he says Bubba's proud. Anyway,
did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Did you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or
oh my god,
I don't know. Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's
he's like, how do I ask this without leading? That's really funny.
murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of vineyard vines.
Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
All right, Jim. What else do we got here?
Compliance. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You gotta get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You gotta, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out and you've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you gotta spray it, make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have now.
All right. Well, I have to hand it to Buster for surviving that. So now we're moving on to Mike Sutton, guys. You guys ready? You guys ready for the 5'2", 11-year-old assassins? I hate that Twiz is not here for this. Anybody who, I wish everybody could be here for this, because this is history being made right now. And there's Miss Becky, speaking of history.
See that they're on the witness stand?
Okay. Dude. I wonder if this dude ever had a job after this. He might not have had a job. This might be his last time.
Put your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton,
Oh my God.
S-U-T-T-O-N.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary when I was young.
I hate this because he really makes North Carolina look bad. I have to just say, like, we do not own him. I don't claim him. I do not claim him. And like, I have friends that were from Hickory and don't like, yeah. And I think also he says he went to NC State.
Moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University.
There it is.
And I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State from undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer named Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company. He's still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay,
And
Right.
you were working with him.
Working with him, and I continued to work with him, and then I got a
Right.
master's degree.
I'm so look at PFOX, and thank you for saying that, because we need to have our next episode for Casey Anthony. Thank you for mentioning that, because there's so much in that trial that's also really insane. Yeah, that was that you're right that is on par. Yep, the whole Dr. Voss thing was insanity. But yeah, we're and the follow-up dude, right? So there's this dude, then there's the follow-up dude. The follow-up dude takes it to the next level with them being in the ceiling.
Degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations.
Correct.
Your master's. Okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, into 2000. And
How do you guys feel about his explanation of what physics is? How he defines this?
well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on.
I don't think that's okay. Let me say this. It's better than Trooper Paul. It's better than Trooper Paul, but it's, in my mind, this is not adequate. Like, this was an example. Like, okay, here's the thing. If somebody were to ask me to define physics, I would probably give an example, maybe not sports ball related, but something like that, right? But that's me, not as somebody who studies physics and not as someone who went to engineering school. And it's one of those things where it's like, he should be able to define physics. A good expert witness, we see this all the time in trials. When you have a good expert witness and they're like, what is da, da, da? And it's like their area of expertise. They can define it in a way that is palatable for the jury, even though they're like an expert at it, right? Like that's like something you should expect to have to do. I don't like he doesn't really define it. It sounds like he's just kind of never thought about it. Maybe he thought about it when he decided to major in engineering and then he hasn't thought about it since. It's kind of crazy.
We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take.
So basically he's saying, so physics is the guidelines of how things around us behave. I don't think that's the actual definition. That's very vague to me and not scientific.
Based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with.
I feel so sorry for that firm because this is just, he became the laughing stock. P. Fox, remind me where you're joining us from because I'm remembering. See, I always remember where people are from, and now I'm like blanking. And maybe you haven't said, I don't know, but I know because like just looking at just recent messages here in the chat. Of course, Happy Annie is Nova Scotia, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know Canada, but I think it's Nova Scotia. Tindal, obviously New Zealand, as we have talked about with the time zone. And I was like, I'm forgetting where P. Fox is from.
And support staff. And we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases. And I do some consulting.
Right. Thank
that's
you.
not related
That's
to
right.
courtroom
Thank you.
issues. Just straight consulting to
British. Okay. You're Vancouver. You're Vancouver. Vancouver. I was just thinking, so we've got, okay, somebody in Nova Scotia. See, I hate to say it, like I have no reference because I've never been up there. So I think I just got Nova Scotia and Vancouver swapped, but okay. Because when you say Vancouver Island, right. Okay. All right. That would have been my second guess. I was thinking either, but yeah. So we've got several people in Vancouver, and I think we've also got more than one person in Nova Scotia. We've got a lot of Canadians' girlfriends, which I love. So Vancouver. Okay. I couldn't even tell you, like, are Vancouver and Nova Scotia close to each other at all? But anyway, yeah, Illinois is like, the middle of the U.S.
You, from time to time, dealt with shooting incident reconstruction.
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting incident reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile
a bunch of times
when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting incident reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
So I just want
all
to
different
point out,
kinds. Like for instance,
he says, I'm remembering now, he says it's just physics so many times. In fact, we actually had a counter for it last time we watched this. We put a counter for it. But keep in mind that he really didn't define physics at all. So every time he's saying it's just physics, yeah.
Be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
It's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun. So where he hit and killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself. Accident reconstruction is what it is.
So I just looked at a map. I did not realize. Okay, thank you, Happy Gaming. You can hate me forever. In my mind, Vancouver was on the right. If you're looking at a map, I have a world map in this room where I am. Okay, so I just went over and looked at. In my mind, Vancouver was on the right of the map, Canada, and it's on the left. This is great. I love it. Learn something new every day, which is amazing. I had no idea that's where Vancouver, like every time someone mentions Vancouver, I'm picturing it literally on the opposite side of the country. So I apologize to everyone who's from Vancouver because, yeah, wow. That is so crazy. I have to like rewire that in my brain.
Is that we have the ability to go and
correct.
And capture data
I know now
from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay, now let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of.
They're trying to enter him as an expert in more
It's a
than
study of how
one
sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something really important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you've got the radio on. Can you hear the siren? Or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility.
See how that will come up in
to
civil
do
cases.
that kind of analysis. Do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified again in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Kudalakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Now, you know what's crazy?
Okay, the last.
CSX, guess what? A railroad company. I dove deep into that as well last time because that blows my mind.
Last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
They are.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes, because they're gonna try to offer that Alex could get ready, guys, for this. They're gonna try to offer that Alex could possibly have been that it would have been possible for him to have been the Kennels, right? 4 minutes before they got murdered. That he was there. He's gonna because this is in preparation of him. He's gonna admit he's there when he takes stand. He admit he was there. But he immediately leaves. The second that Paul stops that Snapchat video, he's out of there. Because the thing is that if that's what happened, the shooting would have happened. Either it's up for debate, right? If you're going with that theory that he left, either while he's still on the way back to the house or when he's in the house. So they're going to try to prove that because of the distance with the trees and because of whatever the fuck, that he would not have heard the gunshots if he was like on the way back to the house or in the house. That's the point. In case 2 5'2" 11-year-old assassins came, right? Because it's like, well, wouldn't you have heard the gunshots? They're going to try to prove he wouldn't have been able to.
Yes.
You've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents. Again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicles.
Right.
And again, you apply these same principles.
Yes, indeed.
Data, and then you do an engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue
Yes.
as an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Just as a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Strike that.
Oh, God. Poot, get it together.
Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical.
Yes,
Facts
yes.
were collected. The crime scene was processed.
Yes.
There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that by sled. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining. And then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find two bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the Quail Pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the
Oh my
crime
God.
scene.
One of my
the side
favorite
of the crime.
parts, I'm sorry, one of my favorite parts later on is when Poot completely fucks up how to call the Quail Pen, and it's like a disaster. It's so fucking funny. Dude, this is some of the best shit you'll see in a trial. I love this so much.
The questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please?
Yes, get to the PowerPoint. Let's do this. Y'all better get ready with your emojis here soon with the two gray boys and their lasers. I can't
Without
do
objection, I
it.
believe. PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. These were
The Quail Pen, and it's a small animal cage, it's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn or the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the Quail Pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. What is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the Quail Pen. And what you have there on the side of the Quail Pens, that would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole. And if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. It's, if that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second? And there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may you step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this is, and this is the piece of gray cardboard. There's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark. And that shows you the direction that it's coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
What's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material.
So I forgot that there's so many that's what she says here. So we're going to back this up. And also we're talking about, we need a penetrometer. Where the fuck is Twiz for this? You know, we're back into penetrometer land here. Spencer's back. Welcome. Gwennon, welcome again in Portugal. Have you been on vacation? Right. They're surrounded by trees. Yes. Are you coming home from vacation or anyway, yes, I agree. Fly safe as well for me here.
It's coming from where I'm standing.
So
and it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling.
Oh my God, this is a shame. We need to get this is just, I can't the penetrating. Oh my God.
That is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger?
That's what she said.
While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
What's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole. And then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called.
Oh my God, you have to measure the rod. You have to. The thing is this: I want people to get their sleep, but it's selfish of me, right? It's selfish of me because, and also it's not only selfish of me because there's some things that people are going to wish they heard, like this shit. Like, dude, can you make that bigger? Following that, can you measure the rod? Like, you see what I mean, guys? Moments that matter here.
July the 6th.
What's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet.
Oh my God.
And then what you do is you measure this rod.
It's perfectly straight. Insert the rod through the hole and then you measure the rod. I can't.
Rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was
gotta make sure the angle's right so you can fit the rod in the hole.
Measuring the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that? I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that, and did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle you say vertical angle,
I'm
the
getting
angle
myself
going
kicked out.
into the Quail Pen, was it going up? Was it going down? And by, I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make, okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet.
Anyone is wanting to figure out where do the children come in? This is where the children come in. Okay, so Spencer, so your question, I'm not sure what your question was. I might have missed it. Let me scroll back up here. So there's lots of trees. So there's lots of trees. So the idea would be, I think what the defense is trying to say is like, there's either enough trees that if he was still, because part of the question would be, how long would it take to get back to the house? Right. So it's like, okay, so what the defense is trying to do is say that even if he was still on his way back to the house, there's enough trees that he wouldn't have heard the shots. And then, or had he been back at the house already, right? That from inside the house, you wouldn't hear the shot. So basically, I think what this dude does is he measures the sound or whatever from being outside the house and inside the house to try to show that no matter what, Alex would not have heard the shots. It's not redwoods, but it's like, you know, there is a tree line. We'll see it. They'll show it here. They'll show it when he gets to that part. They'll show it. There's a tree line. Yeah, there's a tree line. I mean, it's bullshit anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's dumb. But having said that, it's not nearly as dumb as the 5'2", 11-year-olds. So.
Feet in this crime scene. It's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod. Okay. And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the Quail Pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that's
every time I see this is funny to me because he relies so much on this, and it's so funny because what we learned from Kenny Kinsey is like literally. This is the most unreliable thing. And you can even tell from looking at this. This is like rotted, worn, wet cardboard, okay? And so you take a hard rod and you stick it in the little hole with all that material and it's going to like change the angle and pull it down. You can even tell from looking at it that the weight of the orange thing on it is pulling it down. You can tell from the fucking picture. So every time they show this and he's relying on this, and this is the whole foundation for his theory of the children, this is just hilarious.
Good piece of information because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
What you could do to now, see, I don't know how one really recaps things, you know? What you could do if you go to the playlist for this, Murdaugh, you know, you'll see that there's, they should be in order, but you'll see that, you know, we covered it before and whatnot, right? But you'll see that there's the most recent ones that are like the thumbnail's different and it's the revisited, right? So that which is what we're doing right now. So in other words, what we're doing now with the revisited is we are literally just hitting the highlights of some of the most memorable testimony. So while it's not a recap, it's something that might be helpful, especially because I do really specific timestamps. So if there's like tangents or anything that aren't related, they're usually timestamped. Now I don't have them all done, but they should be done for at least the first several episodes, you know, and you could watch it on like faster speed or what have you. But I don't know. I just feel like anywhere you go for, like, okay, let me put it this way. I don't trust anybody to recap this properly. I'm just gonna be blunt. I don't trust anybody to recap this properly. And I feel like anywhere that you would look for that, it's going to be something akin to, you know, I'm just going to be honest. And it's hard. And the other thing is that it's a tough one to recap because there's a lot, right? So the best I could say that I would recommend, if let's just say that I were you and somebody else was doing this channel or this show, right? Like, I would want the advice to be, I don't know. Hopefully I'm making sense. You know, because like, I don't know. It's tough to recap, right? There's a lot of tentacles to this case. That's the thing. There's a lot of tentacles. So but what I will say is, like, in terms of the revisited, a lot of like that entire thing has been with like people that either don't know this case or don't know it very well. So basically a lot of the context and the questions that people have, and also just the facts of the case, we've discussed, maybe not quite as in depth as like going gavel to gavel, but we've discussed it to where I feel like you would get a good picture of the case without it being lacking like a recap or misinfo, like potentially a recap could be, but also not quite as in depth as like the entire trial, if that makes sense. I don't know. That's just, oh, that's interesting. Happy 80 says, I lived 1 kilometer away from a gun range and I constantly heard when there was someone at range, even though there's thousands of trees and a river. Yeah. The thing is outdoors, shit like that echoes, right? That's the thing. Now I think it depends on what it is, because if it's certain, like, for example, if it's like people, like neighbors making noise, you know, that's one thing. Like, what I will say is too, is like where I live, right, in like whatever neighborhood, you know, I don't know what it is, but everything is super loud. Like, literally, if somebody like across the street and like quite a ways away, like, is walking and I'm outside with Frodo, it sounds like something is really loud, like right next to me. It's pretty crazy. Like, everything echoes. So, and every now and again I hear something and I'm like, is that a gunshot? 'Cause like, I don't really know, but like, there's just definitely an echo. Even though there's lots of buildings and lots of trees and lots of structures and, you know, anywho. Gotcha. So you have experience with the chickens. That's interesting. Hold on.
There's a chicken.
We'll just do them all. Right?
It's a guinea.
The other thing is too, with Twiz, I think he has the ability, actually, I'm pretty sure, like I can say definitively, I'm not even pretty sure. Twiz has the ability to pull up all the little things I have, like all the little overlays and all the little clips, which there's like a bazillion, all the little sound bites. And so he's probably going to have fun at some point playing around with these and figuring out, because they all have nicknames, but I know what they are. And he might not understand what it is. It's going to be pretty funny. He can just kind of like, literally, he could just pop on and surprise me and start doing stuff, which I think is great. I'm really excited to see what he does. Yeah, and the thing is, even when you think you know it, there's always something else too. Like, as well as I know this case, I'm seeing new things every time we go through it. Like with every episode, I honestly, I keep thinking of new things. I notice new things, and I've watched this trial so many times. But that's what makes it such a great trial and a great case. You know, you're never done. We still don't know everything. Oh, that's clips from the video, from the Kennel video that Paul took, which is how this was basically solved. That's Paul and Maggie and Alex at the kennels with Bubba and the chickens, and Alex is in the background, and that's how they caught him. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be fun. I trust him. Twiz Pants, as I call him.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is called, they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So if you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got.
Spencer's done really
It was
well.
within a range.
Like-
So same answer for this.
Let's just say something real quick. So Spencer's done really well. Spencer might know even less about this case than some of you other guys. No, I'm not saying anything good or bad. What I'm saying is, like, I love we've got people of all varieties, right? And Spencer's done really well following this. Like, for example, not knowing, So and so let me pull up. We're gonna watch the Kennel video. Because that's really crucial. So let me see here. It's short, but it's really fucking important. I just want the video. Like, I know I have it saved somewhere, but we'll just do it this way. Okay. Give me just a sec. Okay, so let me just undo this, put this on normal, and then find the right spot. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here's the Kennel video, guys. Here's how Paul, with Bubba's help, solved his own murder.
Distinct voices.
Get it. Get that. Quit, Cash. Come. Quit. That's okay. Come here. Sorry about that. Come here, Cash. Post it.
Why is it redacted? Why is it redacted? Okay, let me try to find another one. Oh my God, that's the dumbest thing I've literally ever seen. Hold on. So let me explain while I'm looking for another one that's not dumb. So basically, this is 4.5 minutes before the murders. Paul was taking this Snapchat video, and Alex is in the back. Alex did not know that this video was being taken. Paul is trying to send this video to his friend because that's his friend's dog who might have a hurt tail. And the thing is that Paul couldn't get cell phone service. Okay, here we go. I think I might have a better one here. So Paul couldn't send it to Rogan, which is the friend, because he couldn't get service. And so nobody knew about this video until way later, until they got into Paul's phone. But literally, oh my God, no, this is going to be annoying too. Oh my God. I don't want any text overlay. So Alex's whole thing was, I never went to the kennels, right? This completely just blows that up, and it puts him at the kennels 4 minutes before the murders. Why is it so hard to find just literally the plain old? I should have bookmarked this whenever I found it, because it's like, it shouldn't be that hard, yet it is. So in the trial, they play the video, but we don't get to see it. So I'm just trying to find. Hang on. I don't want to have to log into Facebook. Oh my God. Okay. Can I do this? Let me see if this will work. I don't know why on earth the way that I'm seeing this is like in Hindi. Okay. Oh my God. Let's see if this works.
Get them.
Okay. Shout out to the Hindi Facebook page that had just literally the video. And I don't know why this is what it takes, but this is what it takes. Here we go. Here's the video. All right. Oh, it muted it again, weirdly. Let's try it one more time. Okay.
Get it. Get them. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Oh, there. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba. Hang on, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quit.
So we're going to watch it again. I want to just say, so that's Cash, right? There's lots of dogs. Cash is Rogan's dog. Rogan's Paul's best friend. So that's Alex in the background saying, come here, Bubba. He says it multiple times. Now, the thing is like, because Bubba had this whole thing about chasing the chickens and Bubba got a chicken and you can hear them laughing about it, right? And literally that is what got Alex to speak in the background. That's why this is a huge deal, because Paul took this video to send to Rogan and nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about it except Paul, right? And Bubba got, and it's even in the closing arguments. John Metters for the prosecution says, you know, Bubba got Alex to speak. I mean, it is. It's incredible, right? So it's very sad. And this is 4.5 minutes before they were killed. So let's listen one more time because, yeah, this is definitely, I think it was Happy Annie said, this is like the most important part of the trial, 100%. And also welcome, Angel. Happy to see you again. So yes, let's watch one more time because this is so important.
Get it. Get them. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Oh, there. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba. Hang on, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quit.
Wow. I hadn't noticed that before. Again, I noticed something new every time. I heard Maggie that time say, come here, Armadillo. So, you know, that was one of the dogs, but I had not heard that part before. It's just, this is why you listen, you know, like always worth where you're watching, you're listening. Oh, did it mute it again? Why does it keep doing that? So let's listen one more time since it's.
Get it. Get them. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Oh, there. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba. Hang on, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quit.
All right. There you have it, guys. So it is crazy. That's funny. Meg's cat sleeps on her face. So there it is. Okay, so let me go back to where we were. Okay, so now we are all on the same page. Again, that Kennel video is just crucial. So that's why it's really worth watching. And okay, so now we're back to you.
Okay, so what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please?
That's what she said.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you
angle
look
of
inside,
the
you see it kind of goes through the cage. It goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
Got you.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out.
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it. We may talk about later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen.
That's an interesting looking thing, isn't it?
The wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
That thing is interesting. What is that? What's that thing called again? I mean, I know there's like a name for it, but it reminds me of like one of those hypnosis things. Pretty crazy looking.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct?
You can really see how.
Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So the protractor is going to measure.
I don't care about that. I want to know what the dangly thing is.
0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley. Puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees, 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that quail pen, is it coming from over here to the left, or is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So, let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay. Next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so that the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. Just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. Shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pen, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where.
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the dog.
That one is harder. Yes, indeed. Welcome back, official.
Doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so. So that makes it.
It's a 14-degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's
Plumb bob thing and
measured
azimuth.
7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of
Oops.
it, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close-up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. Now, tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about.
This part's
And
not
you can see that
important.
to scale, what does it
We're
tell
going
you?
to get to a
And one was into the desk lines backwards, footprints or something here. And so the thing across is the right spot.
Right. But and it looks like it is. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. Maybe you ought to go ahead and take your you want to do it from down here or up there?
I can see up there.
Well, wait one
Okay,
second. Let's see what
guys,
this does.
y'all, we're getting to the two. Y'all get ready with the emojis. Get ready.
Go ahead.
They're coming right up.
This is a AVI.
This is
Well, I can explain.
Was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we'll may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead.
Poot. I see the green lasers already. They're there.
Okay, stop it right there for me.
Lasers kind of happening there.
Stop it right there. You go. So we see the doghouse. The quail point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again.
We
Okay,
love
go
you,
ahead and start.
now. Dirt doorbell.
There we go. So as we get right, stop it
all
right.
that
Not
green.
yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Right, dude, this is why I get so excited because it's like there's already the green. Why is there the green? It's like the ninjas are already there somewhere hiding, and that's the green lasers. I just can't
There.
lose
Stop.
my
Okay.
mind.
So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay, go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay, show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I'll have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take a stand again, please. Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down to this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective.
No,
right?
he raised
And is this to
the roof.
scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time?
This is a 3D FARO scan similar to what they will have in Idaho.
That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next.
The roof was
Now,
of no
Tell
importance
me what
to
this
me.
represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall
Here we
shot
go, guys.
looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and The dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn is kind of in the center top of the picture. And it's just, there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points, there's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this, the state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember, the state had, this is called a FARO.
You have to lead in, Your Honor.
What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners, but a FARO scanner is a laser scanner. And what it does is it sends out
Remember
laser.
though,
And when that laser hits
they
an
had a
object,
jury view.
it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time
Jury
that
view in
takes,
addition to the scan.
it can figure out how far away that object is. And we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get signs, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. So it just picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, and again, it is a common technique people in our field use to measure things because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objecting, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next one.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this today?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories, like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole, a post, and whatnot. But we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now, this FARO program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put it on a computer program. And because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did which we use photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements. And then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an
just a
example
pic.
of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you, you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
So that's
Well,
an
it's a,
actual photo.
It is a video.
Okay,
If
go
you
ahead and
wanna
play that
show
video.
the whole
No, they-
screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen.
That's
Play the video.
Maggie there.
Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality.
Does that help
So you
Spencer?
can see
with
there
in
that
this?
that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders. Is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines, and now we talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and
These
6
markers
there
are for shell
empty
casings.
cartridge cases.
Cartridge
from the bullets
casings,
that
yeah.
were fired.
Okay, go back out a little for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task. So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the Quail Pen,
And why are there two?
because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection,
This is where the
How did- I
two-person
mean-
shooter theory comes in.
in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yeah, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
It's just trigonometry, guys.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program. And again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does the shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the Quail Pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from black gun?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this
The
trial,
first of the children.
I strip all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a 300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is it? The entrance one? Where it goes into
Yeah, the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the Quail Pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay, next. And what is this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay, but he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay, next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So
Here
that
we
kind of
go,
gives the
two.
range
There they are, guys.
of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the Quail Pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense of shooting.
If you're aiming, it'll be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting the gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4 foot 2, even if you put the barrel on the Quail Pen, it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot that would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter. Now that shooter is shooting down. I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically.
Great thinking, Spencer. Don't worry. We're going to see that on cross-exam demonstrated exactly what you're saying. Exactly.
In the exact
Good
spot.
thinking.
Maybe 1 step away, maybe 2 steps away, but.
The 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that. Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of stippling to the skin.
What about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next one. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those two we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots, go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings. Okay. So what that says, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these 2 shots were made, at least these 2 shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what is this?
This is the same
Look at them go.
thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending which one was fired first,
right,
or 2 steps backwards. But, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next.
Oh, that is the emoji that we have
Okay, now we're gonna don't go to it.
of those 2 gray boys.
Let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's
When you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so
You say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle? Is it what is it?
All about the green
right, because
lines.
the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Versus how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller, crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yeah.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the Quail Pen. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings. And it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the Quail Pen a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, just take the Quail Pen to begin with.
Yeah, with the Quail Pen, if you start to move the shooter of the Quail Pen back, then you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up. And
8-year-olds.
what you have here is that this is as far back is basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
Why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the Quail Pen. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the 2 shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alec Murdaugh, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And You took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
Which is
What
dumb.
did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap. And how much, what was,
Like, what the fuck? They measured him and he's like 6'3", 6'4". Like, what? Didn't you just showed you measuring him?
the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
You know, explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Really, I knew that's where you were going, Spencer. That's hilarious.
It'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, right?
Yes. Yes.
The cross exam on this is brutal. It's so fucking good. It's so
I have,
good.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's right there. Thanks. So I had one of these, the shot you had with the two.
Guys, look at
shooters,
his-
and they're
y'all.
flying, blown up. You step down here, please.
Move out of the way, Poot. Look at his he's got a whole poster there of the two gray boys. Amazing.
And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here. And so explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how, if this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pen. If I move them back, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right? And they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here, which certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground?
Okay, now, if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they? How close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay, so
You got one right there.
so let's just say, see a sticker or something.
Any what? A sticker?
Courtroom theater, guys.
Quail pen shot is right here.
Yeah, I'd like to put a sticker right. Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right. Okay, so I'm 5'10".
Right.
She's on maybe 5'11", right? So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course,
position.
as you come back off Quail Pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes, there's empty shell casings. There's some right by the body. There's one underneath the body. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here. 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. The shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot or these shots, well, first of all, the Quail Pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the Quail Pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the sweat file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any FAROs, anything indicating that sweat ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead. This is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know if you want me to continue or do you want to take a lunch break?
Lunch break.
We can break for lunch now. That's what
So
you
when
want
they
to do?
come back. Okay, look
You're
at
6 foot.
Oh,
How about
okay. I think this is where we might be getting to the part where Poot points the gun at the prosecution. Okay.
Just thinking about how to demonstrate. Present, sir.
All right, here we go.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the Quail Pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch, I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Here we go. Courtroom theater extreme. Oh my God. Poot.
I keep it pointed upwards. You recognize this? You know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or a weapon like this, that the shooter would have had.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of, I'll come down here so I don't point at you.
Your Lord.
Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you should 5'3" or 5'4". But position me tempting, but
Oh,
I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to do this from back here.
Let's watch that again. So that like went viral because he's pointing it at the prosecution table, guys. And on the other feeds, like on the long crime feed, I think you can actually see their responses. But like the gallery laughs. I think they're laughing because it's so awkward and they don't know what to do. Like that is horrifying. And by the way, when the jury spoke out afterwards, they hated that.
So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you should 5'3" or 5'4". But position me
300 blackout.
tempting, but
Yep.
I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not
Point
pointing at
center.
somebody. I guess what we do is we need to do this from back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would they hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Okay. Like this?
Yeah, and you obviously you could crouch in some sort of a
He's
shooter
going to try to
stance.
make this look as
But
awkward
that's
How
as
much lower than
possible.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the Quail Pen, the gun has to go up.
Well, it stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the Quail Pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
Slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About
Looks like
a little bit lower, yeah, about like that. About
At the Quail Pen.
At the Quail Pen. So you can see,
You guys,
if you back up, you have to get lower and lower.
did you guys see? Did you guys watch the Hannah Gutierrez trial where they had that embarrassing expert that pointed the gun at everybody, including the judge? And did y'all watch that? That was insane.
Not what, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or get short.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's foot to knee,
right?
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches, which will be about right here. It's 46,
right?
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the Quail Pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it.
So Spencer's asking a question if it had a scope. So basically, so remember, they didn't recover the actual murder weapons, but they had, this family had so many guns, and they had 2 300 blackouts. So they had one with a scope, and then they had one without a scope. The one without the scope is the one that was used for the murders, and they never were able to recover it. So that's the one that was still there. So it's almost identical, but yeah, the scope was not on the actual one. Iowa, woo! Yes, he is, certainly. I don't know that Poot's ever claimed no gun safety. There's no glove. He's not wearing gloves. He didn't check to see if it was unloaded. He's waving it all over the place. It's really crazy. Yeah.
More. A little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the Quail Pen, the hole is right here, right? You can just shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that.
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5 feet or 5 foot.
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me?
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your knee is.
Right about here?
Oh my God, fuck's sake.
Right, and then point upwards.
That's ridiculous.
That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the 2 shot lines cross, shooting into the Quail Pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells.
And these 2 folks, I think also this is getting to the part where he forgets the name of the Quail Pen, but where these 2 folks are is just, it kills me.
You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body, just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the Birdcage, the bird cage. They would be somewhere between 5'2".
Oh my God.
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation. And I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this. And it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets of buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there, there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I've understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to I set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay.
And then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it, obviously because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh. And what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints.
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees. And that he took a height for Paul's shoulder, about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had. And so he had 4'7". And then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees. And then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45. So it's a 45-degree angle into the.
That's a good question, Spencer. So if you're referring to like the phone data, his phone was silent, basically. So in other words, it initially, or like when he first got back to the house, his phone was on airplane mode and it was still recording steps. And then it stopped recording steps. So either he had left it, like they basically, the cell phone goes completely silent. So it was powered off. So, and he likely left it at the house, although considering it's powered off, he could have still brought it with him to the kennels. But basically it didn't record any steps. Had he left it on airplane mode, like he did initially, and brought it with him, then it would have recorded his steps. But yeah.
The shoulder. But
His whole story was he was taking a nap when this happened. That was before they presented him with the kennel video. And then he was like, oh, yeah, I did go down to the kennels. And then what does he say? He says he's taking a nap, and then he goes down to the kennels because he has to stick with the nap thing because he's trying to make sure, he's trying to say that was true. He took a nap, goes down to the kennels, and then leaves, and then goes to Almeda.
Was is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right. Yeah. So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet.
No.
The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least,
Why
because we don't have the shotgun.
again?
Test the ammunition.
Hang on. He's talking about the second shot. There was no stippling from the second shot. Is Poot trying to do that thing again where he's saying that it was contact? Like, hold on.
At 3 feet or less for stippling, he opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right. Yeah. So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet.
No.
The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work.
Dr. Reimer, not Miss Reimer, and she's not the state medical examiner. She's a forensic pathologist.
Because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reimer's 3 feet. For there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further.
Correct. It doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So now, tell us about acoustical testing and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots?
Here we go with the acoustics.
And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this.
Please don't.
But you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise. It's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about.
So this is really dumb. We're going to skip to this is the end of his direct. That we're going to skip to cross, and then we'll hear them follow up with that on cross. The acoustical testing again, that was just really stupid. But yeah, okay. So it's as stupid as the two children, but not as funny. So now they're taking a stand break, and I bet they're going to get to. Now they're taking another break. Okay. Let's see where this is.
What we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon.
All right, let's do a swoop for cross. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo, boop-a-dee-doo. And because we're doing Murdaugh, we're going to do our first swoop, our original swoop with the road trip crew.
It's a house.
Good afternoon.
Wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, and failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my
The
CV.
website.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
Oh, don't worry, Spencer. He gets.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to count to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
That's insane. And that also is like a discovery issue, right? Because they finalized it yesterday. Think about that, right? Like now, the defense has more leeway when it comes to discovery, right? Like, but even still, the fact that like in any other trial, I feel like if the defense turned something over that they updated the day before, like that would be a big problem. But the state probably strategically didn't make a big fuss about it because they're like, it doesn't matter. We're going to obliterate him on cross, and we can add that to the list of ways to obliterate him.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
What the fuck? What? Ew.
All right. And what's your, how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh, Lord. A lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here. I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents, studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial, of course. That took a
Forever.
while.
That's a
I
lot
would
of
probably
money.
say that I have,
$3.50 an hour times forever, guys.
somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yeah. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant, but I've never worked for them directly, like on say a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? Which one? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship collisions before. So I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago.
I remember seeing, before Paul was killed, I remember seeing a demonstration from this expert of him trying to show that there was some other alternative explanation he was offering for what happened that didn't involve Paul driving the boat. And similarly to the two gray boys, it made literally no sense. And that was before Paul was killed, because all this went by the wayside, right? So at the time, Paul still had the criminal trial pending, and he still had the civil trial pending, right? And what he offered for the boat was absolutely absurd, just like the two gray boys. So that's really funny. I'd forgotten that was the same dude, though.
Within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you're originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree? Engineering is a field that is based in science. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean,
We
math,
did.
right?
Certainly did.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call a hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is. You form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Like, this is
Do you have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
This is
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of the gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum. And the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors. And I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual
That's insane. That is just insane.
in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock. And then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
In those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own? Is
Yes.
that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course,
That is
people in my office.
crazy.
With your office.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's not how I
And
would.
are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
You have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then
We're
yeah,
gonna
you
go
can
through it.
certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide, the charts. I don't know where those are. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Sorry.
Here we go.
I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that
Oh, this is great. So remember when I said we're going to skip watching the part on direct about the testing with the, the, what do you call it? The auditory testing or whatever. Anyway, you guys, this is why I said we're going to watch it instead on cross, because wait till you see what happens with this freaking graph.
that was presented to me.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I didn't show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
Well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here.
Oh, this was more about, sorry, this was not the auditory, whatever testing. This was the throwing of the phone from the car. Okay.
you want to know where
On that-
the phone was?
Just for clarification.
So let me pull that down so you can see the top of it there.
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
Speed from Moselle to Almeda. I guess he's about to probably say that. Okay.
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did it. Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right. I
Sorry.
don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get it.
There we go.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider. So I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific date on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He
Now,
said,
this is crazy. So why the fuck would it not be labeled on the chart is beyond me. But watch what this dude does with his freaking laptop. This is crazy.
he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there. I think it's this one or this one.
All right. Does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking,
No,
can you
you can't.
identify it on this chart?
You can't.
And
Oh my God. He goes, let me just go get my laptop. What? Blows my mind. Blows my mind. Absolutely. Like, you can't just use your laptop. You can't just go and grab something. But even if you think you can, you should be asking permission from the court. This is crazy.
I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized.
And he
so-
starts opening it up. This is insane.
Can you point it out on this chart
Nobody gave him any permission to do this. And you can't just
without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop? No. Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on.
No.
You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first?
No.
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Crazy.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
And can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Thank you. You can sit down on it.
Insane. He may as well have been like just moseyed on over there and pulled out a bottle of wine and started chugging it or whatever. I mean, it's like literally like you're just in your own house getting whatever you want. Like, you can't, like, what is happening? Crazy.
As defense, exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Could have just labeled it and then it wouldn't have been a
Switch to
problem.
PowerPoint, please. All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with a math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of the window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of the car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road
This is
and
non-responsive
there was
stuff.
like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road.
What
And
the fuck is
57
happening?
feet later is the phone, right?
What is
So
happening?
you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. That's
Oh my
11
God.
miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour. Right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm gonna let you keep going, but just
Answer the question, interrupted again.
For fuck's sake, Poot.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably.
All right, next question.
all right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Yeah.
Well,
variables.
Right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So for
Can you
instance,
talk about the speed of an unladen swallow?
it's going to have a different trajectory if
Velocity.
you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way, but you would need more information. So it's, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different
That lady in the red sweater is laughing.
information to get like
One second.
if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone
Thank you,
tumbled down the street?
Spencer.
Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
Thank
So you need to know the energy thrown, energy with at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yes, or the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
I will just say, I'm not an expert, right? But I would think the mass of the object matters, right? Because if it's heavier, it's going to change the velocity, right? I mean, come on. Common sense, right?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a
The
factor.
answer is no.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was
Just in
thrown.
time for the Gray Boys on cross.
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? Completely different question. There's no variable there. That's just fact.
And while this may be obvious, I'm going to show you.
We have a new fun command for anyone who hasn't seen it yet with this weather. Hold on, I'll show you guys.
As
You do it like this.
States Exhibit 230. I'm sorry. I keep doing that to you.
Anyone can do it. Weather.
Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States. Sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
Okay, so there's one. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit to where we get to the good part with the Gray Boys here. Okay, the acoustics. Let's see here. Audibility. Now again, he obliterates this. People argue back and forth.
That's, loud enough or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear, like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you've conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. For the defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143.
Distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
Okay, so I'll just orient. Oh my God, he got it wrong, dude. Okay, I'm just gonna orient y'all to what's in this picture for anyone who's not quite as familiar. So at the top of the picture there, you see the red structure and then the silver structure. So the red structure up there at the top, that's the hangar, the airplane hangar, where again, they didn't use airplanes or anything like that, right? But like they had the ATVs and golf carts and whatnot, and that's where the Quail Pen is, okay? Remember when we saw the FARO scan and he talked about the roof? That was the Quail Pen is like in the airplane hangar, right? And then the silver roof structure right there, that's the kennels, okay? Now the very bottom, that's the house. So let me back it up a second because he fucks this up, so we want to hear that.
Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual over there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1. Just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right. This ammunition. What kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Oh,
Okay.
right. This is the part where he didn't use the same type of.
You know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right. If you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a law. The The lawyer, Jim Griffin, provided the 2 weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office, his name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 Blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But,
that's fine. Yeah. All right, if you would please fast forward to.
You're me.
There you go. All right, this reverse one, please. Thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
Similar.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is
incredible.
This is a similar load.
So similar, but not
Why
the same?
the fuck would you not?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
What is wrong
I think it was
with you?
Federal. I'd have to go back and look.
So
but
no,
I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
All right, if you would please
You
continue to Exhibit 7.
Okay.
And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
It's not representative. It's just inaccurate. Ugh. God.
All right, if you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Mazzell. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that
y'all? There's this stupid laptop. You can see it on the table. Look at. You can even see the stickers, because you could see that in court. There's this stupid laptop. Ugh.
Well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in a
that's
room?
right. Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
if it's
heard
10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
it could be right at the background level, like you got the radio on a little bit. The train horn can be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, and then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it, because again, that's twice as loud.
I love that this prosecutor, he could be objecting to I love he's just letting him talk, because this is just embarrassing.
Twice as soft.
And it sounds relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert. How did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter, because again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background.
Hold on. It does, but it really wouldn't matter. I can't.
But would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter, because again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background. So it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter, just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense. Are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to exhibit
They're going
14.
to talk about how the trees are all. But the thing that's so funny though, right, is none of this even matters. This only matters to the extent that the defense is hoping to prove that Alex left the kennels, right, was there for the Snapchat video, within 4 minutes was back at the house, right? So in other words, this is all just stupid anyway with this whole thing about hearing the gunshots, because basically he was there, like he was there, right? Like he was there. So you don't need to prove that it wouldn't have been able to hear it at the house, right? Because he was there. You guys see why this is just like, I mean, but good for the prosecution for still going through the effort to try to pretend like, there's any type of way that you could even give any credence to what Alex is going to try to testify to when he takes a stand.
It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later.
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably obviously did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make corrections to the trees, but it was only,
They probably grew. Oh,
I think it was 1.7 dB, if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house, if you have the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels, whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind this chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
Be 70?
Yes.
You said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower.
Well, the lawnmower is what, at 30 meters, which is, that's, 100 feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to, extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me? So at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart. If you give me a second. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet.
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
just the basic
Okay.
calculation.
So because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at, 3 feet beginning at 3 feet. And then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet. And those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
All right. I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting. What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
Just what the chart says.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you can keep going. Just the first part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with the a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way towards the end of it. Right there. 44 is fine. All right. So I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said correct me if I'm wrong. You can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right. And I didn't do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Excellent.
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how
Interesting,
shotgun
Iowa.
projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Not formal training, but I've done a lot of study and I've also tested shotguns and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through the hull.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably that window maybe 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't
Do
know.
you
the number.
know?
I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches? Well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before. and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what
read
you tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that. Okay. So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There's a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun. It passed through the victim. It went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun. Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right. So how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming it?
Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover. And the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big. And so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there was 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward.
Injured. Oh, I guess it did injured.
What's this big thing here at the bottom?
Tom.
That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the.
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot and there's 1 missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence
An
level
assumption.
that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions?
Oh, boy.
That.
Oh, boy.
You found a pellet.
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
Oh, boy.
We're
The
going
line
to get
here,
to them.
we got.
I object to that question. We're going to get to them. That's what he said.
All right. Of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been looking at it? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied
It's
impacts.
crazy.
A big part of what I do
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
Oh my God.
I didn't do any
That's
testing
one of
with the
my favorite
shotgun
parts.
here, but why would you need to test? Because
Look at this. This is insane. This is insane.
big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with
You
the
can just look and see what happened to it. If this is, I mean, this is, I can't say it's as bad as Trooper Paul, but some of this is insane. Like, right? I mean, again, it makes me embarrassed to say that I'm from North Carolina and that's like where he is from and lives and works. And like, I'm like, I don't want to be associated with that.
shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there.
By the way, you can always do your weather. You can do exclamation point weather and then put, you have to put a city or whatever, but in Iowa, and Nightbot will put the weather in the chat.
Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question,
Right?
but that pellet right there.
Oh my God, hold on. Let me back that up. Gwen, welcome. Long time no see. Happy to see you again. Oh, from NC. Okay. I don't think I knew that. I remember I've seen you in the chat before, but I didn't know you're from NC. Well, awesome. Shout out to NCers minus this dude. How about that?
Packs. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see
Oh, I
what
wonder
happened
if
to
that
it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because
Well done, Iowa.
I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right. Is it
Oh
your
my
opinion
God.
that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility.
I don't have to test it because that's just what happened. Oof.
Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability.
Oh, weird. What did it do? Did it just jump? Why did it do that? That's odd. Interesting. Okay, that's weird. It just like refreshed it back to the beginning. What is going on? YouTube. Hang on, guys. YouTube's having a moment. Why are we struggling? Huh. Give me just a second. I think hold on, let me just refresh this. Give me a sec. Okay.
If you give me a second.
That's funny.
So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet.
So basically just like outside the house?
Okay, we're past this.
Through the hole in the window and kind of aligns your eye.
Okay. A hell bit.
And what they do after leaving the end of that barrel.
Well, it's going to vary. Choke.
I'm getting to
Any
the
choke,
gray
any
boys.
gauge.
He saved.
I don't
Do
know.
you
the number.
know?
I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know.
This prosecutor saved the best for last because he's going to get to the gray boy.
You even know it, not even off the top of your head.
It came out of that gun. It came out of that gun.
Did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze the tree or damage the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
Here's where
Is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility. Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And
There you go,
it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal training. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body.
8 leave his body.
You were sitting
right?
here opining
And
about
so
pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. That's simple math.
Okay.
It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, exhibit 81 or 80? All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is
Oh,
because
yeah,
of the way
this
this picture's
part.
taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
And what was the point?
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of FARO. Are you the one who actually operates the FARO equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what, sorry?
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael
Or this
Whitley,
day, whatever.
who is a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described FARO as the time, as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say that it's not actually a time of flight laser, it's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the FARO report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud. And Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular
This is insane.
All right, what we're seeing here is a Quail, what's called the Quail Pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Like, so, this is mind blowing, right? Because like, how much does this come up in other cases? Like Karen Reed, for one, like 5 or 6 other people did all this shit. Like, what is happening? Literally, what is happening? That's so cute. I was encouraging Annie to try the weather. That is so fun. Oh my gosh, let's see, what is it like in Nanaimo, which I now fully understand is on the west, not the east of Canada. Wow, that's way warmer than I would have thought. 47 degrees. Holy crap. So Iowa wins on the coldness spectrum. I guess I've got the warmest of the bunch here. Super fun though, isn't it?
And next exhibit, please, exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Wait. Sorry. Wet through rain. Anybody know what that's from?
All right, the next slide, please. Now, this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you told me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right. So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
Do you, and I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. And if you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
It'd be nice if he asked if he could refer to his freaking notes all disorganized and whatnot. Ugh. That's definitely true, Spencer, for sure. What of cost?
Probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your FARO scan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
No.
I do not have the doghouse item memorized.
Don't get your
All right,
freaking
moving forward.
laptop, dude.
And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
We are
Yes.
about to get to the best part where he just obliterates him on the 2 children. It's amazing.
Okay.
Can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the Quail Pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
It's just
And
physics,
I'm going to fast
guys.
forward to some of your FARO
Oh my God.
FARO images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here. And these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the FARO scan. Is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right. And I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. Those are the placards. And is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the FARO scan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right. If you would mind, skip forward to where we start with these green lines.
Oh my God.
There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit. It doesn't even say, but exhibit with the 2 lines
Doesn't even say.
spread out. Is that the representative of the 2 different angles that were noted on the Quail Pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which? Which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is when it slopes towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line. And then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope. So it would be the top line.
Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Okay.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the Quail Pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter, or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the Quail Pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset. So the hole in the Quail Pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes. and
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line by definition establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing. As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-old from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, it lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The 11-year-olds.
And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings, perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because.
There you go, Spencer. You called it, dude. Did you hear that? I mean, let's hear that again for Spencer, who was like, couldn't someone have been kneeling, dude?
Perhaps kneeling, did you? And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings, perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but
Oh God.
what I did was at one
Sorry,
point-
hold on. You figured he would ask you that? Why? Why would you ever think that would be a normal question to ask?
increments from the Quail Pen all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet. Okay. So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And
Why?
The other-
Why? I'm sorry, but given his trajectory, why would he rule out that the shooters couldn't have been underground? I mean, come on, these are 5'2", 11-year-old ninja assassins. Why couldn't they have been hiding underground? Really?
thing I looked at
Why are we ruling
was
that out?
where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were. Okay. And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. It's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was in whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle. So however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So That's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from is, and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there?
We go.
In the 12-year-old's hand.
Which one? 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy.
Judge Newman is like, yeah, sorry. Oh my God, you guys.
Gun right there. In the 12-year-old's hand.
Which one? 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Amazing.
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
12-year-old. How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the Quail Pen. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is going to be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there. The line with the barrel, according to you, is
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
the muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. 39.6.
39 inches.
39.6.
Is that a tree?
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. Epic. Here we go, guys. Right here. Right here. Right here. This is it.
39 inches right there.
Yeah.
Watch.
We back it up 10 feet. Back it up 10 feet. What's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Watch.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
Right there.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here. Okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right. And the shooter, the little youth there, the youth
Oh
is
my God, I'm
how
dying.
far away from
A
that?
little youth, guys.
$8.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
Oh my God. This little guy. This little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close, right next to that
I know,
doghouse.
right?
So what happens then when you back? I see the line; it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
But what happens if you're not such a little
Oh,
guy? If you
God.
back up,
Oh God.
I don't know. Let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. That about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40 you see it?
Yes.
Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you.
Beautiful.
If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Right. Yeah. Right here's fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear. You talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the charge, the gunpowder inside the the casing, but I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casing, just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene in the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Love that. So much shade.
You're looking for just
engineering background.
the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume though that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Right. Is it possible that they were back here and back here?
The laptop
moved.
I know.
Maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing.
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. And that's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is that somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So
that is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, 2 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that 2 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the fact.
Oh, come on, Poot.
Sustain the objection.
Damn
You're
it.
saying though that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual, or age of individuals.
Get it.
That's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not 2 individuals. It could be 1 person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
I'm going to move to exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door. So that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the Quail Pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation such as yours.
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR 300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All
I
right.
explained
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Wow. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just
Nothing
asked.
matters. That's why.
And all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
Like the court's indulgence.
Anything further?
Some more indulgence going on here.
While we're indulging.
Scandal or indulging. I love that. Judge is the best.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said is it not a variable to you? Trying to ask this as close as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
So much to straighten out.
Poot.
So let's deal with the last questions about the variables. For an expert, I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
The bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dial through that, would you see where it possibly came from
Get in the
and
hole.
where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So all the, well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of the bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any?
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SWED, Agent Worley.
Oh my God.
Putting a dial through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the Quail Pen going down. It was upper shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness. Though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard objections.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
Wow.
You were asked a question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You look through those.
Okay.
Let me see it, please. Right. Any objection to putting this down?
No objection.
Elma.
Oh
Submitted without objection.
Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay, that's fine, that's fine. So what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? There's that shadow, what's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles from in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets.
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can. What happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be, what is that? What does that cover?
Oh my God. The freaking dog.
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Yeah, the doghouse was, there was an entrance defect, then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered. And then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes,
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of, I'm just reading, I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence.
Oh
I'm
my
publishing.
God.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor. I don't know. Protractor.
Mother
and a
of
plumb bob
God.
determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle, I think was off a degree.
A degree,
Right.
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective. Could she had a better perspective than you did than what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage that says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall, defect J, and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
And
that's
then
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again, for the
And
reasons
that's
I've
why we see
stated.
the 2 paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. About ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent
Oh my
that
God.
would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that pass through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one? What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay. One's from inside, one's from outside? Or what?
Yes.
Okay. So there are 7 buckshot. And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
Yeah. Maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1,
What does
which
that
would
say
be
at the
the
top?
upper leftmost.
Exterior side, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of
22.
22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right? What, if anything, did you have to rely on
Oh God.
to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected. Because
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay. And
Folks say.
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not. And then also went and took a look at the physical evidence. And I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
okay, do you know when At Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, with the ammo that you used for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand? Did it make any difference?
No.
No basis in this expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to, I'm sorry. Was he able to
Yes,
answer that?
objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house. And I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just, I don't want to, it's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is and what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. In other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if you, basically, if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes. As long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SWAT that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection deleted. Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any FARO did they do? FARO computer generated. Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this.
Oh my
They
God.
got the information.
Objection, asked and answered, sounds like.
What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you. And as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable. Sort of, one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWAT, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did, anything preventing them? Do they have any, what if any obstacles were there to SWAT or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up.
Oh,
That's a clerk in
God.
my office. She's 5'3". So
Objection is sustained.
Amazing.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Apologize to court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding a rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be At Murdaugh shooting into that Quail Pen?
It's crazy.
It can't be.
Thank you.
It can't be. You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's just sad. It can't be, he says. Impossible. I mean, I wonder if he still has a job.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes? Anyone on that green line? As long as the gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
That
Step down.
then literally, dude, that was killer. Like I said, remember when I was like, none of this matters because he would have been there? Listen to that last question again. That was killer. Oh my God.
Is that a yes? Anyone on that green line? As long as the gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
Beautiful.
Step down.
Beautiful.
And ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 5:30, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave since it's taking you a while to get up.
Doesn't look like they put anything else on the record. So there you have it, guys. So Spencer says, is saying this cross is great. The lawyer stated in the beginning about principles of engineering in science. His testimony is built on a model. All models require assumptions and variables. Lawyer invalidated his conclusion. His guess hypothesis was simply excluding reasonable variables or showing uncertainty of others or asking, wow, this is very thoughtful, Spencer. Wow. And even going by his model 2 showed alternatives to his hypothesis who completely demolished it. So he can't say what he just did by saying Alex couldn't have, I'm sure it'll be pulled the trigger or committed the, yes, exactly. Well said. Very, very well said, Spencer. Absolutely. So yeah, I agree. I think that prosecutor did an awesome job as well. And where the gray boys comes up, so we heard about, the 11-year-olds and whatnot. So it's not the end of it, right? So what happens is in the state's rebuttal case, the attorney general who's been there for every single day of the trial, Alan Wilson, shout out to Alan Wilson, he actually they bring back Kenny Kinsey in for the state's rebuttal case. Kenny Kinsey being the state's expert, right? Which I don't know that you've seen him, Spencer, but you'll get to see him on rebuttal when we watch that. But anyway, Alan Wilson does that questioning, and it's Alan Wilson, the attorney general, who refers to them out of the blue as the 2 gray boys, and he says it with a straight face, and it is amazing. It's so good. So that's where the actual names that we've been calling them come in. Now the ninja assassin part is going to come in with the next witness, who we will watch next time, the next defense expert, which is the one who basically suggests they would have had to have been hiding in the ceiling and wearing goggles. So it gets even better, right? We got the 5'2", 11-year-olds with the green lasers, and then we're going to get into all their ninja training. It totally does sound like that's funny. The 2 gray boys sounds like a poor man, blue man's group. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. It is crazy. Yes, it is crazy. I don't know if you meant to say trail or trial, but both are correct. Wow. So it's snowing where Meg is at there, 32 degrees. I have some good news for you guys, though. You guys ready for some good news? Are y'all ready for some good news? I've obtained the latest filings for Lori Vallow. All right, guys. She's made a motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. Okay. There's a number of filings. Okay. And but that's a big one, right? Motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. There's also her handwritten motions. I guess it's hard to tell. They don't look handwritten. I don't know if it's a letter to the judge. I'm not even sure. There's handwritten paper, right, where she's asking for being able to wear civilian clothes and then also to not be shackled and whatnot. So through the magic of technology, I'm getting these all set up so we can do a live stream. So what I'm going to plan on doing is those documents. And then also there's a Nate Eaton recent interview where he interviewed Colby Ryan. Nate Eaton's awesome. And I'm sure it's amazing. So, and we can also watch some other Nate Eaton videos too, if you guys want to, but I have these filings. I had to get them a special way, but we have it. So, Lori Vallow. Spencer, do you not know who Lori Vallow Daybell is? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Happy Annie says that was amazing. Yes, it was very amazing. Y'all, Spencer. Speaking of Crazy Train, okay. All right. So Lori Daybell. So her and her husband. Okay, let me back up. Lori Vallow Daybell is on her second trial in Arizona. So she was already tried in Idaho for conspiracy and first-degree murder, conspiracy murder and first-degree murder for her 2 kids and her current husband's wife. So 3 counts, 3 people convicted on all counts. After that, Chad, her husband, was tried as well in Idaho. That was a death penalty case. I should also mention, so Lori was initially a death penalty case in Idaho. That was taken off the table because of disclosure violations from the state. So it was actually a sanction against the state. So they removed the death penalty. But Chad still had the death penalty. So Chad has been convicted and sentenced to death, but that'll take like decades. But he's in Idaho with the death penalty sentence. Lori got LWOP, life without parole, right? Convicted on all accounts. And now she's in Arizona for her next 2 trials, which is for murdering her 4th husband and then the attempted murder of her, oh God, Brandon Boudreaux, how do we say this? Ex-nephew-in-law? I don't know, something like that. And she's representing herself pro se. Now, it gets crazier because what's also intertwined with all of this is weird culty stuff, kind of like kookalook, like religious. Like, so her and all of her friends and like Chad, they were like LDS, but not really. Like basically an off branch where they tried to start their own group that had like 7 people in it. And like they were hoping to get to 144,000. And basically it's not really at all normal LDS. Like it's a complete branch off where they invented their own things where they rate people on a scale of dark to light and then call people zombies. And I'm not even kidding. Yes, I'm covering it. So, so the documents have been really hard to get, which is why I was saying it's a big deal. And so Nate Eaton, who I mentioned from East Idaho News, has been the first. He's a great journalist. He was like the first one on this case when the kids first went missing in what, 2018, 2019. This is a really good one. It's a really, really, really good one. There's a lot there, right? He says, wow, cults, murder, zombies. I mean, yes. And portals like this right here, grabbed him by the storm, felt the thunder, saw light and flash. This is because Lori and Chad had these text messages back and forth that they had to read on the lead detective had to read it on the witness stand, right? And it was amazing. And it was like, grab me by the storm is like now like the meme of this whole thing, because that was the storm. This detective on the stand was asked directly, like, what was the storm? And so they had nicknames for everything and like codes. So he's like the storm, and he's like Chad's penis. So that was the name for Chad's penis. And like they would talk about like meeting each other in the portals, which is like going into their closets because they were separated they weren't together. It is. I have a playlist already, Spencer, there's only a couple videos there, but that will get you pretty caught up to speed if you watch those with basically where we're at. And so jury selection starts like in a couple days, and then they're expected to go to trial on April 7th, and she's representing herself. So it is amazing. So, but in Arizona, it's really hard to get the documents. So basically I was able to get them because shout out to East Idaho News. Nate Eaton puts them on the screen and makes them full size. And so through the magic of technology, I've got them that way because you have to pay for them in Arizona. And so it's a whole thing. Right. Right. Yes. Balls deep. Yes. So if you do want to check out the playlist, you can find, and like, if you look at the thumbnail too, you'll see Lori Vallow is positioned in front of a closet door that is also a portal. It's a portal closet door for that reason. And so yeah, so I'm going to be covering that as much as I possibly can. I mean, it's going to overlap with Karen Reed ostensibly here, but we're going to do our best. But it is, yeah, it is definitely worth checking out. So we will have that upcoming. We will have that upcoming. We also have, I think what I'll do next, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I want to do that one next or do Shanna Gardner next. You guys let me know if you have any thoughts. Shanna Gardner will be the latest court filings and hearing from yesterday. And then we're up to speed on the Adelsons, really. I don't think there's much new there because we covered the most recent filings. So, so anyone let me know if you guys have thoughts. Hello, official. In case you missed it, I was just saying I've got Lori Vallow docs. Got Lori Vallow docs. And so, yeah, it's insane. So Spencer's not familiar with the case, so we were just getting caught up, right? Yeah, Spencer's like, I'm amazed by what court is like, or can be like. It's absolutely, yes. I always say there is nothing like live trial. Literally, you all cannot find a book, a movie, a TV show, or anything. I don't mean you guys. I mean literally anybody. No, it doesn't exist that will ever come close to live trial. Seriously, it is just literally the absolute best. And that is why once I realized you could watch live trials whenever you want to on YouTube, I've never watched anything else. So when people are like, have you seen this thing? I'm like, no, trial, court documents, hearings. That's it for me. Why would I watch anything else? You know what I mean? Flip a coin. So Meg Pease gave her viewpoint there for Shanna Gardner. So maybe we'll do that. Plus, that could give Spencer some time to catch up on Lori Vallow if he wants. Although we'd still have to have you join us for Shanna Gardner. So. Yeah, say official says me too. Been 3 years since I've watched regular TV and commercials. Yep. That's how we do. So that is so crazy. Yappy Annie says nobody in my life gets it, but they never experienced it. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I guess it makes sense how you wouldn't get it if you don't try it. But that's the thing, man. It's like Spencer's a great example, right? For those of you guys who haven't haven't seen Spencer all that much. So Spencer's first trial was watching what we covered for Depp v. Heard, right? And what he's seen of Murdaugh is only his second, right? And it's like, once you see what it's like, it's just, you don't ever go back. You know what I mean? And I just don't know why people wouldn't give it a shot. You know what I mean? Right? Yes, it just gets more insane, and seeing people covering themselves with more insanity and getting exposed in the process. Hopefully, yes. And it's very interesting. There's so much strategy in terms of the law and like for example, right now when we're what we're covering with Idaho, right, and Koberger, like this is like my jam, right? Because we're like pre-trial filings and like gearing up for the filings that came out yesterday. It's like the thing that I think is so interesting is seeing such a shift in this tone and the strategy in those filings from both parties, and it's just so spicy to me, like it's just so good. And it's the 40 chess, as I will say, it's the 40 chess, and trials the same way. It's 40 chess. And the thing is like when it comes to Lori's upcoming trial, because she's going to be representing herself pro se, that will be a very different type of enjoying a trial, because that will be more like a train wreck / shit show. That there won't be any 40 chess there. It'll be like checkers, but it will be amazing to see what happens. Because anytime you've got pro se, Spencer, in case you're not, for whenever you've got a defendant that represents themselves, which everybody knows is a terrible idea, you rarely ever see it. And of all the people, right, to do it, it's expected to be a train wreck. It's expected to be a train wreck. So you watch it for the train wreck, essentially there. So that's so funny. yes, there's a lot of reasons why I'm a squirrel, but yeah. So then I think so. Meg said Shanna Gardner, so maybe we'll do that next. But I have to get that set up. So what we'll do is we will come back here in like maybe half an hour or something like that, just so I can make sure I have everything, because there's some court filings and I want to make sure I have all that. So yeah, if you guys want to jump on back in like half an hour-ish, for those of you guys who want to see the Shannon Gardner hearing, full of that's what she said opportunities and lots of technology issues, and also prosecutorial misconduct continues in that one. So, but I love you guys. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for being here as always. Don't worry, we will start the next Murdaugh stream with Coroner Armpits again, because it's the best. No, I agree totally. Happy Annie says of the pro se, she is doing better than most. She is doing better than most. She's doing better than most. Absolutely, she is. Yes, yes. Frank says, see you in a bit. Love it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Love you guys. Love y'all so much. And yeah, we will be back for more here shortly. But for the moment here, squirrel out.